Hello. Sorry for the slightly late start. I was making tea. I needed some tea. I saw some annoying stuff on Twitter, and I thought I needed tea. Burn my tongue hot. Perfect. Just the way I love it. Okay, so I've yet to write my analysis for a full-on proper analysis for chapter 401. But we can start with, well, I already read Mutes. I read it on my own time, so maybe we can start with Reddit. Yeah. Hello? Good morning. How's everybody doing? Chat sure is quiet. Chat sure is quiet. Not much going on today, I guess. Patience is a virtue, as they say. I'm taking my sweet time, trying to wait for people to show up, but I guess nobody's here. I guess I'll cry. Ah. Okay. So. Interesting ones are starting first, huh? Ooh. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, let's take a look. Hello, it is, yeah, it's quieter than usual. Hello, Varicus. That's funny. It's quieter than usual, but Varicus shows up. The dude who writes me them essays, yo. The dude who writes me them essays, yo. To be fair, I'm a little tired, a little frustrated, but we're doing okay. I was hoping for them to meet before July 11th, and Kazuya's birthday seemed perfect for that. Yeah, but like the whole point of Kazuya's birthday being insignificant is that he made it that way. The whole point is for Kazuya's character, what Reiji's been doing, thematically speaking, is Kazuya is wasting his time. Kazuya is literally here. No better chapter represents it than chapter 389. There it is. Literally, the first chapter that's called The Fateful Day is Kazuya carrying Minnie, reenacting the scene with Chizuru, and the clock is right there ticking. And it's literally like the shadow looks like a crescent moon. The shadow of it literally looks like a crescent moon. Okay, so literally the whole point was that Kazuya's birthday was supposed to be an important moment, and he wasted it. That's the whole idea. So naturally, like you were already being told, hey, Kazuya's gonna keep wasting fucking time. That's just gonna happen. That's just something that's going to happen. In contrast, this chapter, the teaser for it was the time of reward. And you think the time of reward is about Minnie saying to Kazuya, like, oh, your efforts are going to be rewarded and all that. In reality, it's actually Chizuru's efforts that she put up until this point being rewarded, or so it seems, you know? So, whereas Kazuya is wasting his time, Chizuru is trying to use her time. And she uses it in various ways. One of those ways is specifically to create the July 11th. She made that happen. That didn't exist before. She made that happen because she thought that was the way to do it. The irony is, I feel like what Chizuru is trying to do is seemingly fight herself in terms of fate. You know, what I mean by that is that fate to me in this story is like, you know, something you're just inevitably gonna do. That's kind of more so what it feels like. It feels more like a prophecy rather than like anything else. And then sometimes it has those elements of coincidences where it's like, okay, you're bound to run into this person, or you know, you had a lucky opportunity where you ran into each other, or your meeting was predestined. But then you have to use fate yourself. So what Reishi does with Chizuru's character in particular is that she is someone who doesn't just want to be who doesn't just want to be a people pleaser. That she really doesn't want to be. She doesn't want to do that because Chizuru knows she's a people pleaser. She has a hard time saying no, right? And I still to this moment, I still think the walk home is Chizuru saying no in part so she can believe she can say no, right? It's believing she can make this choice for herself rather than make the choice, rather than be swayed by emotions. She's making this because she wants to, and that's genuinely a big reason why I believe the kiss is a choice she herself made, and the impact of the emotions happened after. That's genuinely what I believe was going on with the kiss. It's a choice she actively made, and the no's are a part of that. So to me, what I think Chizuru is doing right now is it has a double meaning. Chizuru created the July 11th because she wants Kazuya to focus on his time, you know? She's doing it because Kazuya is too focused on her, and she's making the hard choice despite the fact that she wants to be with him, and that's why literally what's happening right now is you're literally seeing Chizuru resist her emotions. She's not letting herself be swayed by that, you know? She's trying her best to not let her emotions sway her choices, and this is why you see her at the batting cages thinking about Kazuya the whole fucking time, right? But literally just following his lead and not letting the emotions dictate how she feels, even though she herself is falling apart. This is where the irony comes in. In doing this, is she not technically people-pleasing? Because she's trying to make sure he's happy and in turn sacrificing herself, even though she's making a choice. See how it comes back around, and I think that double meaning is exactly what's kind of going on with pretty much all the characters, right? Kazuya is doing this thing for his future, but in reality, it's for Chizuru, right? Kazuya knows he loves Chizuru, but he doesn't say no to Mommy. He doesn't tell Mommy, "I don't love you." He knows he loves Chizuru, but he never sets the ground rules straight with Ruka. And there are certain aspects of Ruka that he does like. In particular, in this chapter, you can see an aspect that he actually kind of likes about Ruka that people will never fucking address because, you know, Chizuru and Kazuya fans just kind of want to ignore and be like, Ruka is evil. Ruka does nothing right. She's just a bloodhound. She's just annoying and I hate her and all that stuff. They just kind of want to ignore certain aspects of what's going on. But the interesting thing is right here, there's something Kazuya does like, and you see it right in this page. Ruka says, "I love you," and Kazuya's like, "Yeah." And look at the bubbles right here. Look at these bubbles. He says, as usual, she's very direct, but he actually likes that. He likes that Ruka is actually very direct, and this is actually something Chizuru is envious of. And so these elements that like have double meanings where it's like the way Kazuya talks to Ruka is distant, far. He sits kind of above her a little bit. There's a casualness to it, and yet a kind of too loose with it, right? Again, that element of boundaries is again present, where it's like, yeah, Kazuya is being pretty casual with Ruka, which is nice, but at the same time, he's a little too loose. The boundaries are a little too loose, and right, he's not setting things very clearly with her. But at the same time, it's like, despite the fact that he knows he loves Chizuru, he likes this aspect of Ruka that's very direct because he can understand Ruka. Ruka is more clear. It's easier to understand her, whereas Chizuru is much harder to understand. This is contrasted by Mami. Mami and Ruka are essentially Chizuru's two halves, right? Ruka represents Chizuru's physical desire. Mami represents Chizuru losing control of her choices because of her feelings, right? Because that's literally what's going on with Mami's character. What happens in this chapter, right? In this chapter, she doesn't even know why she said what she said. She doesn't even know why she said what she said. You don't even know what she's specifically talking about, right? You don't even know what she's specifically talking about. She's just, you know, walking over something in particular, and then suddenly she's like, I said something strange. This is interesting because these are exactly Chizuru's words. When she lies down in chapter 398, and she literally says, I've become strange, right? And it's because the word strange kind of sounds like the word for love in Japanese. There's a similarity in how you say that particular word. So literally, Mami and Ruka are literally Chizuru's other halves, but they're also direct contrasts to what Kazuya himself is doing, right? They're literally direct contrast to what Kazuya himself is doing. They mirror him too, right? They mirror all what he wants, but also what he's doing wrong. right? Because Kazuya isn't setting things very clearly with them. But she's doing this because she doesn't want to impose her herself onto Kazuya, isn't it? And yet, that's the irony, right? That's the irony. In trying not to impose herself, she in turn does the very thing she didn't want to do. And she kind of knows that too. And in trying to hurt so hard to fight herself, we're talking about Chizuru, by the way, and trying so hard in fighting herself, she's in fact doing the opposite of what she wants, which is probably just to talk to Kazuya, right? And literally Chizuru is losing control of herself. Like that's the irony. Chizuru is trying not to lose control of her feelings and do what she needs to do, but the irony is she's literally losing control of herself. Right? Chapter 398 is literally the fact that it's showing you, A, Chizuru actually has no fucking control right now. Like, at all. Right? That's literally what this is showing you. Chizuru has literally no fucking control right now. She's actively losing control in trying not to give up control. She's trying to fight to gain control over herself, but she's literally actively losing control. Right? This is contrasted by Mami, who doesn't know why she loses control. Right? Mami here just kind of does the thing, and she doesn't know why she's losing control. In contrast, you have Ruka, who's somewhat losing control of her physical desires, right? Mami is losing control of her kind of emotional desires and what she wants out of her future. Ruka is losing control of her physical desires, right? And she doesn't quite know what she wants. She says she wants to try sex. She doesn't act like, but then when you see her right here, she looks away from it. Right? It's literally, she's literally stuck between the middle. That's the whole idea. She's literally stuck between the middle. The hand in front of her is intangible because she doesn't actually know what she wants. That's the point, is that Ruka doesn't actually know if she actually wants sex. She says she'd like to try it. She's envisioning it, but what she's actually feeling is a little different, right? I want to correct you here. Strange and love don't sound alike. Strange is hen when love is koi. The kanji looks similar. Okay, that's what it was. The kanji looks similar. They don't sound similar. It's the moon one that sounds similar. The moon is the one that sounds similar, where it's like Suki and Suki. Those are the ones that sound similar. Okay, fair enough. You're right. I'm forgetting things. That is correct. But okay. I said my piece for now. Let's read what some of the people have to say. I wonder if Mami will even let Kazuya answer that question. She will not. This is going to be the Kazuya's refusal to set up proper boundaries and inability to focus blow up in his face arc, isn't it? Yeah. But I do think there's an element present with Chizuru too, where Chizuru is trying to get control, but that's the thing. This is the thing where I think is like the issue of what's going on. Kazuya and Chizuru are too nice. I think the core issue right now is that Kazuya and Chizuru are a little too fucking nice. They're too nice, and that niceness is becoming a problem, right? Where they're trying so hard to, like, literally, I think Chizuru and Kazuya are kind of going like opposite directions. Whereas Kazuya is tripling down on people pleasing, Chizuru is saying no more people pleasing. Chizuru doesn't want to people please anymore, right? But she's trying to put Kazuya's future ahead of herself. At least that's my theory, right? My theory is that she's putting Kazuya's future ahead of herself, and she's going to be in that future eventually, right? If it's going to happen, it's going to happen, that kind of mentality. But the problem is that in doing so, isn't she technically people-pleasing, right? And that's where I think some of the problems arise, where it's like, okay, Kazuya isn't communicating to Chizuru, but some of the ways Chizuru is approaching this is kind of wrong. I also think Chizuru doesn't necessarily owe Ruka an explanation, right? Like, the thing is like, everybody is kind of choosing to be in limbo. And everybody wants to blame, and all the readers want to blame certain characters, right? The readers want to blame Kazuya, the readers want to blame Chizuru, some people want to blame Kazuya, some people want to blame Ruka. The truth is, it's kind of a little bit on everybody. The reason I'm focusing a little bit on the whole Kazuya thing is because Kazuya, no matter how you look at it, he's kind of leading Ruka on, and he's not giving clear answers for what he wants. And I think that's why Reiji has that karmic thing going on with him in chapter 398 and 347 and 348, where that's kind of like the whole point, right? And 348 literally flips back onto Kazuya. Where is it? 348 is a flip of chapter 384. 384 is when Chizuru gives Kazuya the keychain. 348 is when Ruka tells Kazuya, I want to have you carry this keychain with you for a long time, right? And there's a lot of like karmic justice kind of going on in chapter 348, where it's like Kazuya is like not paying attention and not caring about the things he should be caring about, right? And in so doing, he's kind of leading Ruka on, especially like with the credit card thing. Like, okay, he did not need to do that, right? We can all just kind of fucking agree. Like, Kazuya did not need to do that, and Reiji knows it, right? But it's in his character at this point. It's in Kazuya's character. Kazuya has kind of like, this is the thing that I started noticing after Hawaiians. Kazuya kind of stopped cherishing the people around him. Did you notice that? Right? Kazuya kind of started fixating a lot on Chizuru and stopped cherishing the people around him. To kind of a negative degree, where he barely like thinks about Ruka. He doesn't really like care about other people around him all that much. He kind of just tries to keep them out because he views everyone around him a little bit like a threat. Right, like because they hurt him, they hurt him. So he kind of views everyone around him kind of like a threat, and so he stopped kind of cherishing people. But he tries anyway. Like there's certain things he repairs, like he repairs his relationship with Kibe, but doesn't really interact with him or like wonder what he's thinking or feeling. His fixation is just totally on Chizuru. Ruka's kind of the same way, right? The Ruka thing with Kazuya is, I've mentioned before, is pretty much just living dead, right? It's just continuing. They're just gonna keep going, they're just gonna keep doing the thing, kind of keep going through the motions, and they're both doing it. Kazuya is saying he's got to keep doing this so he can protect the secret, but he's not actually taking the secret very seriously because one, he doesn't like check the shampoo thing. Like the shampoo thing, okay, maybe not a huge deal, but then he drops his receipt and you're like, okay, you should be a little more careful, buddy. And then he drops his fucking keys. And you're like, what the fuck, Kazuya? And then he brings Ruka to get a credit card for his date with Chizuru. And you're like, Kazuya, are you actually taking this seriously? So Kazuya not keeping the secret seriously, ironically, matches exactly what's going on right now with Ruka. That he's not taking this seriously. It matches exactly what's going on right now with the driving thing. He's not actually taking it seriously. You see it visually in this chapter and how Mami is holding the bag with both hands, showing a sense of earnestness and seriousness to why she's doing this, contrasted to Kazuya, who holds the bag, the school bag, with one hand, right? That visually conveys to you, hey, Kazuya is not actually taking this seriously, just as he's not taking Ruka seriously. He doesn't even hold the phone when talking to Ruka. He puts the phone down on his bed, right? And he just says, nope, I'm just going to talk to her like that, right? And then when he says, until July 11th, I've got to keep my guard up, what is he doing? He's leaning back, right? Look at Kazuya's posture. He's literally leaning back. His posture does not convey he's taking this seriously, right? So literally the whole point is that Kazuya looks like he's putting in a real effort, but he's not. Right? He looks like he's trying, but he's not. He looks like he's serious, but he's not. Right? Kazuya is not actually serious. Right? Nothing about Kazuya's actions is conveying seriousness. And this is, to me, what Reiji is doing. Because remember, we as readers, like if you guys have been watching my channel, we kind of realized, hey, Kazuya wasn't that serious in the fucking day. Right? You're missing, no. Black Lance, you're missing the point. It's not about taking Ruka seriously. It's about literally, is he taking he's saying right here, in this words right here, he's saying, I've got to keep my guard up. He leans back. His guard is not up. Right? He's saying, I've got to keep my guard up. His guard is not up. He says, and keep things quiet. He's talking to Ruka on speaker. Is he keeping things quiet? Is he actually putting his guard up? No. I'm not saying take Ruka seriously. I'm saying if he actually cares about this thing, he would actually be trying harder. But he doesn't. He doesn't actually care that much about this. In particular, I'm talking about Chizuru, not Ruka, right? And that's the thing. He should take Ruka seriously. Like his words don't match his actions. Correct. His words do not match his actions. He says one thing and does another. That's literally what's going on. And that is the important bit here. Why? Because that's literally what was happening in the date. And people still don't know this. People still don't know this. So Reiji is slowly but surely highlighting this to you. Slowly but surely showing you these big events and big changes that slowly highlight this point to you. Hey, who's the one not actually taking this seriously, right? Who's the one who seemingly looks like he's taking this seriously, but isn't actually? And who's the one who looks like she's not taking this seriously, but actually is? That being Chizuru, right? And that's why Reiji mirrors this confrontation with Mami, with Chizuru and Umi, right? Chizuru draws the line very clearly. Chizuru does not let herself be swayed by Umi's words. She doesn't let him dictate the pace at all. No matter what he says, she doubles down on her choice. She's like, no, this is my choice. I'm going to do this. I don't care. I may not understand my feelings, but I know what I want, and this is not it. Kazuya knows he's in love with Chizuru. He does not know what he wants. And therefore, he cannot give Mami a clear answer because his stance is, I don't want her to hate me. I don't want to be on her bad side. But why does he care about that? Right? That's the thing that's being omitted to you. Reiji is specifically omitting pieces of information here. He's not telling you why Kazuya doesn't want to be on Mami's bad side. You think he loves her. No, he loves Chizuru. So why does he not want to be on Mami's bad side? Right? What is the thing he's afraid of here? Right? It's because Kazuya doesn't want to lose things. And Mami is a mirror of Chizuru, right? Mami is a mirror of Chizuru, so he doesn't want to lose Mami, but he doesn't want to be with her. So he doesn't define the relationship. Kazuya is content not defining relationships. And in turn, that's slowly resulting in things blowing up in his face. Whereas Mami here kind of wanted to define the relationship. Her feelings just kind of came out. Mami is kind of being swayed by her emotions. She's essentially doing the opposite of Chizuru, right? Mami is being swayed by her emotions. She's literally looking back at the past with a tinted lens. She's looking back at it from a particular kind of view. That's kind of the important part here. That's why this cover is what it is. You're seeing it from a very particular view. You're not seeing the full picture, right? I finally understood why this railing is here. You're seeing this from a very particular view, and it doesn't look, you're not seeing the full picture. Parts of the picture are missing. Parts of the picture are omitted, right? You're kind of conveniently missing certain parts of this image and what's actually going on. And in turn, this is the interesting part. Mami and Kazuya look quite happy here, don't they? Right? Mami and Kazuya here both look happy. And yet, if you go back throughout the story, you get the impression Mami wasn't really taking him seriously. Was she not taking him seriously? Or was she actually happy with the relationship? Right? To this day, you still don't know why Mami broke up with him. And yet here, she looks quite happy. Right? Up here, I say here, but it's like it's up here. Right? Up here, Mami looks quite happy. Right? But you're seeing half of a picture because you're conveniently forgetting what Mami did in Hawaiians. You're conveniently forgetting that their relationship is somewhat built on a lie, that what happened between them did not end well, and it really, really hurt Kazuya, right? You're conveniently forgetting that Mami is not discussing, hey, what's going on with you and Chizuru? Hey, Kazuya, why'd you change your hair? Why are you looking different? Why are you doing driving school? They're not really talking. Certain pieces of information are being omitted. You're seeing the past through a very particular view. Your view of the past is tinted. You're seeing the past how you want to see it. You're not seeing the full picture. That's why the cover is what it is. You're seeing the past, and that is being contrasted by the present. And just as parts of the past are being omitted, parts of the present are in particular being omitted, and you don't understand why it looks the way that it is. And just as there is a particular person being missing here, there's a person missing here. You can kind of see a little bit of them, who is being forgotten in this chapter. Right? Ruka is the one who's being forgotten in this chapter. The image looks like someone is watching them in secret. Correct. It's like you're being observed in secret, right? Like someone is watching you from afar. And I think that's fascinating because who's actually watching them from afar, right? And you can kind of get that view from these angles. It looks like someone is like watching them from a very particular lens, right? Who's watching them, right? And that's the interesting part. Is this mommy's father watching her? Right? Because this would be in the past. So who would be watching mommy, right? It's like mommy is being watched, right? It's like someone is monitoring her, right? Someone is observing her. We are watching them so Minnie. Well, no, there was no Minnie. Minnie didn't see this. Minnie wouldn't know about this. No. This is in particular a meta narrative kind of thing where it's nodding to us how we're observers, right? How we're observing the relationship, right? It's more so a meta narrative to us as the readers. We're observing the relationship, but we only have a particular view. We're missing key information, right? We're watching Kazuya and Mami in secret. We're seeing something secret between them, but we're not remembering the past very clearly. This is Reishi literally telling you, you're not remembering the past very clearly. You're watching this thing in secret, right? You're secretly looking back to the past, but you're not actually remembering this very clearly, are you? Right? You're not actually looking at this very clearly. And yet, thematically, it could tie to mommy's dad thematically watching her, like literally like a big brother. Like for anyone who's read 1984, literally like a big brother kind of situation. Like you're literally being monitored, right? Someone is monitoring you, right? That kind of leans into that. Like someone is watching you. Your choices are being watched. You have to be careful what you say, how you act, and what you do. This nods into Kazuya perfectly, right? Like he's literally being watched, right? Like he's literally being monitored. He's afraid he's being monitored. There's so many layers to the cover that you don't quite know what to work with, right? And that leans into this particular element where it's like this is happening in secret, and what does Mr. Fish tell Kazuya? Mr. Fish tells Kazuya, really, inside a car that's gross, are you trying to lose all your female fans? He's being judged. He's being monitored, and they're literally scoring him. Right? Kazuya and Mami, it's literally a double meaning. One, it's Mami being who are we kidding? Triple meaning. On one hand, it's Mami being monitored, right? Mommy's dad is monitoring her. On the other, it's Kazuya being monitored, Kazuya being judged. His past is judging him. Hey, look back. Look at what you did in the past. Look at that time back then. Were you happy? Oh, but that didn't work out. Oh, but you're missing certain pieces of information. You're not remembering things very clearly. Literally, pieces of the past are missing, and he's judging the past based on the good stuff, not the bad stuff. He's conveniently forgetting the bad things, but also he's being monitored. Then finally, it's a meta-narrative to us as the viewers. We're looking at the past. We're viewing both Kazuya and Mami in the past. We're remembering how happy they were. But were they actually happy? We're conveniently forgetting certain pieces of information. And I think the most interesting part is how we don't see anybody else's face. We don't see anybody else's face. Did you notice that? We only see Mami and Kazuya's face. This lady, invisible. This person, invisible. This lady is literally covered. She's literally invisible. All the other characters or all the other people present in the scene are invisible, right? Literally, we don't see these other people. We're conveniently only seeing Kazuya and Mami. Everything else is invisible. And this leans into Ruka super, super well because Ruka is seemingly a forgotten character. Ruka is literally invisible. Ruka feels invisible. We're not seeing her. She's not there. The chapter is almost talking about her without mentioning her. In not mentioning Ruka, it's talking about how she's seemingly invisible. This also leans into Sumi in some ways, who's completely fucking invisible, right? Sumi's literally not in the story. And then, of course, finally Chizuru, who's also invisible, right? Chizuru is literally also not here. Us only seeing a very particular image, only seeing things from a very particular view is in my opinion the idea here. You're seeing a very tinted lens. You're seeing things how you want to see them. You're not seeing that girl over there. You're not seeing that guy down here. You're not seeing this person hidden right behind this thing. The people outside, you can't see their faces. You're seeing the outside world through the glass. You're seeing this image through a very particular view, not just any view. You're not seeing the picture clearly. Your view is limited. Okay? And the chapter leans into that. You don't get answers. You're missing certain things, right? Mommy talks about his hair. What if Kazuya's hair was actually a much bigger deal than we thought? What if Kazuya's hair actually held much more significance to Mommy's character than we thought? And in turn, when we have Ruka have her horny moment thing, she thinks about Kazuya with this hair. How would Ruka feel when she sees Kazuya with his new hair? Right? What would that change? Right? We're not considering that, right? Ruka is seemingly horny, but she hasn't seen Kazuya with his new hair. Would that change her perception of him? Right? Is Mommy's choices being driven by her past? Right? How she remembered Kazuya like how she remembered a certain other person in the past. Maybe she's not actually thinking about Kazuya, right? Or is she thinking about Kazuya? What's going on? Is the past and the present blurring? Right? Is Mommy's past and her present blurring? In contrast, you have Ruka, the present girlfriend. We had a cool theory. Someone had a theory. I think it was Bulver. They had a cool theory on how Mommy is the past, Ruka is the present, Chizuru is the future. And now that we cut to the present, what's going on with the present? The present is trapped between the past and the future, right? Ruka is the present girlfriend, and yet she's not being thought of as Kazuya is turning to his past or looking at his future, but not really considering his present at all. And just as Kazuya doesn't consider his present, Ruka isn't really being considered. Ruka isn't really being thought of, and she's literally trapped. In fact, this is like one of the only times we've actually ever seen Ruka's house. I don't think we've ever seen Ruka's house, and it is a big house. Ruka has a big house. It seems like a nice house. Like, it seems like a nice house. And this is like one of the few times we've seemingly gone into, like, actually Ruka's comfort space, right? Like, if we've seen the house before, cool, but I feel like we've never seen the house. We've seen Ruka, but we haven't seen her house. We've seen Ruka in her room, but I don't recall us ever seeing her house. Right? There's been many instances where we've seen Ruka in her room, but never her house. And I think that's a fascinating motif because usually what Reiji does is he shows Mommy's house. Usually Reiji shows Mommy's house and then he shows Ruka. It's almost like Ruka is imprisoned in her home as a mirror to Mommy being imprisoned in her home, right? Ruka literally feels trapped. She wants to do this thing, but she feels trapped. And how fitting that Ruka feels imprisoned in her home, trapped between wanting to do this thing and feeling uncomfortable about it, and also wanting to go to Kazuya's home, his prison, the place he is trapped in, right? The place Kazuya goes to lock himself in instead of being outside and actually living, right? So I think Ruka's house thematically being shown, this being the first thing we see, right? It nods into this element of just like, okay, Ruka is trapped too, right? Ruka is trapped in her home too, right? But in like a different way. She's like mentally trapped or like physically trapped. She feels physically trapped in her body or something like that, which very much leans into Ruka's character because Ruka's whole struggle is what? Her heart problem, right? Ruka's whole thing is her heart problem. Right? And that hasn't really been addressed. So her feeling trapped in her own body thematically mirrors this, right? She feels horny. She feels attracted to him. She wants to do sex, but she feels weird about it. And she doesn't know how she feels. And that's a huge thing with Ruka. That's why Ruka's whole narrative idea that goes on in the story is all driven around the physical element of her character, right? A lot of it is wanting to get a hug, wanting to kiss, wanting to have sex. The whole driving thing of her wanting to stay with Kazuya is her heartbeat, right? That she feels like her heart beats when she's around him, right? And that is important. Why? Why is that important for Ruka's character? Why is this important thematically for the story right now? Because so much of the narrative right now is about autonomy. So much of it is about autonomy. Okay, so if autonomy is the big narrative idea right now, Ruka, who's literally trapped in her own body and cannot control her desires and what she wants, fits with that perfectly. Ruka physically cannot control herself. Mommy cannot control her words. Mommy can't control her words. She can't even truly control her actions, right? She doesn't even know why she's doing what she's doing. Is she doing this because of her past with Toru? Is she doing this because of her past with Kazuya? Is she doing this because she's thinking about her present or her future? And she tells you right here, I did something strange again. Like she had no control. It's like she had no fucking control over here, right? And so just as mommy is losing control over her words, over her feelings and her actions, Ruka is losing control over her physical desires, right? Like the desire to touch, to interact with someone, right? She wants to feel certain things and she's losing control of that and not knowing why and not fully understanding that, right? Like you think Ruka is in control here and she wants to do this thing, but then her literally, just like Kazuya, her words contrast her actions. Right? Her words contrast her actions. You're literally seeing her having the static effect. It's literally the dangerous static effect. Static effect. It's literally the dangerous static effect where you're literally being consumed by this feeling, right? This feeling is consuming you, right? She can't sit still, right? What is happening with Ruka? She literally can't sit still. She can't choose a path. Right? So you're seeing Ruka sit here and she starts fidgeting. First you hear the heartbeat. Then you have the flashback and her leg is literally over Kazuya's face when he's between her legs. Right? Her leg is literally over Kazuya's face when he's between her thighs. Like literally matching how she's literally stepping back to that moment. Right? She's literally stepping back into the past, if you will. Her leg, and then you see that same foot fidget. Right? It's like that little piece of the past touched her foot. And suddenly, she can't handle it. She grabs the pillow, she puts it between her legs, right? She's trying to imitate that feeling, and it freaks her out, right? She can't sit still. She turns around. Immediately turns around. She can't sit still. Ruka literally cannot sit still, right? Even though she's lying still. She turns, she picks up her phone, she plays a sample, she sees this thing, it freaks her out. She puts it to the side. Then she falls over, right? One hand is forward, one hand is between her legs, right? Because she's trying to emulate that feeling while at the same time doesn't want this feeling. She wants something else, right? So she's trapped between the past and the future, right? So the future would be her phone because she was just looking at it. That's what she wants to do. The past would be the pillow in front of her. But shouldn't it be flipped? Shouldn't the phone be in front and the pillow behind? Because the pillow is the past? This is meant to mirror Chizuru, right? Because that's what's going on. The Chizuru looks at Grandma Sayuri, but the key is behind her. But when you see the paneling, the key is in front of her and Grandma Sayuri is behind her. It's a loop. What's happening? It's a fucking loop. Again, Ruka is in her own loop. You see her hand between her legs, right? Because she's trying to emulate that feeling. And you have a flashback to Kazuya, and after the flashback to Kazuya, you see Ruka. Okay? So what? She wants Kazuya between her legs, but then she doesn't want that. It's what she want? Right? And she says, I want this thing. And you look to the house, right? You look to the house. Why does the final shot end with the house? It's more so trying to emphasize the words, but in particular, how it's in a house. These words are outside the house, but the house itself is guarded. It's a trap, if you will, right? It's a prison, right? It's like she says these words, but she's imprisoned in herself. The words do not match the visuals, right? The words do not match the visuals. She's in her house. Right? It should have been maybe with that shot, but no. It's because it's meant to be blurry, just like her hands are blurry. Okay. Let me read some comments. And no matter who's monitoring who, no, okay, no, Kazuya needs to start seeing the full picture for himself. He should want to see. Correct. About that, Reiji said that the unprecedented thing will be resolved in a few weeks. Then he will be seeing orange hair again, right? So I'm just gonna tell you right now, it's not gonna be resolved as soon as you think. He said it will be resolved eventually, and that you could just sit back and see how it happens. But there's probably going to be other unprecedented things happening in the story. It's not going to just stop there. There's going to be more. There's going to be other unprecedented stuff happening in the story. When that is, I don't know. When that is, I don't know. But there's going to be more. It's not going to just stop there, right? Like, we could probably expect, if we're going by the 10 chapter rule, maybe chapter 408, I could see something big happening. Chapter 408. Just because that might be the end of a volume, I think. So something big could happen there. And again, we're gonna keep seeing other big stuff happening. It's not gonna just Ruka steals the V card. That's unprecedented. Yes, but that would run very counter to the story. That's just straight up cheating. Like, there's no coming back from that. Like, there's no coming back from cheating. Like, you don't just do that, right? You don't just do that. That would be really bad. Like, it's just very counter to the story. That's extremely counter to the story. I just don't see that happening. If that happened, like, redeeming Kazuya would be very, very, very fucking hard. And I don't think Reiji wants to go that direction. Just give me a second. BRB. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, you can't just like say whatever and then just be like, oh yeah, no, that's just gonna happen. Like, I don't know. I think you don't understand Reiji if you think Reiji would just have Kazuya just have sex with Ruka, considering everything we've done up until this point. Like, this isn't the first. You're not the first person to say this either. Like, I've heard this from a few other people, but it just doesn't like no, that's just fucking cheating. Like, no, it just feels really dumb. Like, why would you do that? Right? Like, that Kazuya's character is like kind of ruined, you know? If he's willing to do that, his character's fucking ruined. Because, like, okay, you're not serious about her. Like, you're not fucking serious about Chizuru if you're willing to do that. And it's never gonna happen, right? Like, I don't know like how you can do that and just be like, oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, Kazuya and Chizuru would totally work out, right? I bet dudes would cheer for it. I'll be real. I bet dudes would cheer for it. Be like, yeah, good for him. But then just, you know, he deserves a harem and shit. But I'm like, that's, if I'm Reiji, and from how I understand Reiji, that's antithetical to love. That's fundamentally antithetical to love. That's just cheating. You say you're serious about someone and then you go have sex with someone else. You're not fucking serious about them. You're not. Like, fuck out of here. No? Fantasizing is one thing, right? Kazuya having fantasies is one thing. That's just, so what? It's a fucking fantasy. It's in your head. It's a fucking fantasy. It's in your head. It's not real. It's literally a facade. It is not real. It is just an illusion. Actually doing the thing? No. Now you cross the line. Right? The other thing too, I think there's a big thing here that people are kind of missing. You think Ruka is going to take an action. You think that, right? And everything about the story is seemingly telling you that. But I actually think Ruka doesn't necessarily want to. You think that's what's going on, but literally Ruka doesn't know what she wants to do. She says she'd like to try this thing, but does she actually know what it entails? I don't think she does. I don't think Ruka actually knows what she's doing or what she's talking about, because Ruka is a kid. She's just getting to that point where she's curious, right? She's getting to that point where she's curious, but she doesn't actually know what she wants. Literally, her hand is blurry. So I don't actually think that it's going to happen, right? I can feel it, Johan. Well, about to say that. What, sex? What, NTR? Which word are we looking for here? Sex, NTR? I don't like... interestingly, I don't like using the word fuck when we're talking about this. I don't mind cursing, mind you. I don't mind cursing. I don't mind saying the word. It's by design. Is that something you always saying? It's by design. Maybe that. Yeah, I don't like saying the word fuck when it comes to that. I actually, weirdly, like when it comes to sex, I kind of find the word vulgar, weirdly enough. Isn't that weird? I don't mind saying the word in general, but when people say it during, in terms of discussing sex, I find it vulgar. Actually, I also don't like when I see like hentai in terms of this series. It always bothers me. And I think it's because the characters feel so genuine and real, and then the way they're depicted in hentai just feels so antithetical to them. Like, everybody always loves to draw Kazuya as some sort of cuck who would just, like, let this thing happen, and I'm like, you clearly don't know this character. Because if Kazuya saw any of the shit y'all draw in this, like, godforsaken hentai shit, like, he would actually knock dudes out. Dude would be swinging. Like... I feel like people don't know Kazuya's character. they're just like, oh, he's a cuck, so we'll just draw him as a cuck in all these weird hentais. And it always pops into my feed on Twitter. I hate it. It's always in my feed on Twitter. I'm just like, I fucking hate this, right? And then they draw, and they of course they always draw the female characters as submissive and controlled by lust, and all these men taking advantage of them. And it's like, yeah, wow, way to draw some weird patriarchy shit, right? Way to draw some weird shit. It's always that. Hentai is so weird because there's some really wholesome fucking hentai, and then there's some just weird stuff. Only reason I talked about this is because some stuff came into my feed today. I'm like, damn it, and it just stuck to my head, and I hate it. Anyways, in terms of this, I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think so, right? It just doesn't make sense. Something is gonna happen, but it's not gonna be sex. Like there's no coming back for that. There's no need for Ruka. There is a need for Ruka. Ruka's character, the whole idea behind her, is that you think you don't need her. She thinks she doesn't belong. And Reiji literally looks you dead in the eye and tells you, nah, you stupid. Nah, you stupid. Even the people you think don't matter, matter. That's the point of Ruka's character. Ruka's character is the character that does not matter. And in so doing, she matters. She matters because you believe she doesn't matter. Because the narrative says she doesn't matter. And that's exactly why she matters. Because we are so under the belief that she does not matter and she should just go away and we don't fucking care about her. But you could say that about anybody. Right? You can literally say that about anybody. And for that exact reason, Ruka matters. Because Ruka is a fundamental deconstruction of dating. Because she's literally the other half of the card. Right? Ruka is literally the other half of the card. Whereas Chizuru is rental dating, Kazuya is dating with Ruka. And for that exact reason, it's something to be explored and understood. It serves a narrative purpose. Kazuya won't say no, he will resist, but I think this will go like with Mommy. Either Ruka stops herself or something external stops it. But Kazuya will be, as usual, unable to put real boundaries. See, I think what would be interesting is something almost happens. And they both realize what was about to happen. And that would result in something interesting for both Kazuya and Ruka's character. Because for Kazuya, if he almost did something, he'll start to really question himself. For Ruka, she might start realizing what she actually wants. So this could be big, it could not be big. And the fact that Reiji's talking about cycles just tells me it might not actually be big. Just because of how it's been. So I don't think it'll be big. I just don't think so. I think it's something that's alluding to something big, and it might not be at all. Just for that exact reason. That's why like I'm kind of like sure like it's not going to be a big deal, because we saw the Mommy thing and it seemingly wasn't a big deal. Right? This is a massive question. And it just kind of ends. And you're like, oh, cool. And then you get to Ruka and you're like, oh, this is going to be a massive thing. And it might be a massive thing. It might not be a massive thing at all. And we don't know. Right? We have no way of knowing. Right? It's something we slowly have to start piecing together as we start getting more information. Kazuya is in a pickle. There's ways to get out of this, but there's not going to be a way that decent results in not hurting somebody. Kazuya now will face that there are no options but to put a bullet and ask for forgiveness later. Bite the bullet and ask for forgiveness later. It's not about asking for forgiveness. It's about making a choice. Right? It's not about asking for forgiveness. It's about making a choice. There's no issue of forgiveness with Ruka. You just gotta do it. So like, okay, I've said this before. One issue I had with the Ruka breakup, looking back on it, is like when Kazuya says like, okay, I don't have feelings for you, he proceeds to let Ruka just like physically touch him constantly. Yeah, okay, Kazuya told her, okay, I don't have feelings for you. She should get a clue. Counterpoint, Ruka is stubborn and she's a teenager. Ruka is stubborn and she's a teenager. Why the fuck would she listen? You have to be the adult and set the ground rules straight. Kazuya didn't do this. Right? Yeah, okay. When your partner doesn't listen, you can't just say, oh, you said your part, you don't have to do anything else. That's not how it works. right? Yeah, you told them no. Okay, take action over that. Right? You need to do more. You need to start actually taking action over that. You can't just say no and expect someone to stop. They're not gonna, right? And I bet even if the roles were reversed, and yeah, we would hate it more, it would still happen. If Ruka was a guy and Kazuya was a girl, and Kazuya was an older girl, Ruka was a younger guy, the older girl would probably need to set boundaries so the guy understands. Hey, don't do that, because guess what? When you don't set boundaries, you let them get into your space, and then suddenly they think it's okay to touch you and kiss you and do things. And what happens if you go back to when Kazuya said that stuff? Literally, like here, let me pull it up. It's chapter 180. It's like blatantly right there in your face. Like right after Kazuya tells Ruka, let's break up. Yeah, Ruka's being stubborn, but what does Ruka do? Right? Ruka says no. Ruka says no. She doesn't agree. She says, I'm not breaking up with you, okay? Don't ask, do it. Right? You can't ask her to do it. You have to do it, right? He begs her to do it. He says, please break up with me, and he bows, right? Yeah, I know. Duh. No shit. Everybody in a mile radius fucking knew you liked Chizuru. No shit. And of course she's gonna say no. Because why would you say yes? Why would you agree? There's no reason to agree. So guess what? Ruka walks out. She realizes what happened. And what does Reishi do when Ruka realizes Kazuya is about to do something? He specifically emphasizes Ruka grabbing Kazuya. He specifically emphasizes Ruka grabbing Kazuya. Right? And she sees a silent yes. And she shakes him and stuff. But look what happens. Kazuya walks home with Ruka, and she's holding on to him. He doesn't tell her, don't touch me. He doesn't show her, okay, look, I'm sorry, this isn't going to work, right? He lets Ruka be all over his business. She walks him home. She even steps into his house, and he lets her. Chapter 184 is no different. Yeah, sure, Ruka is getting in your business, but Kazuya is being far too passive. He's being way too passive about this. That's the issue. He's serious about Chizuru, but he's being too passive about Ruka, right? He's talking to Ruka outside his house. Yeah, she showed up, right? She walks into his house, and what do you see? The anime skips this all-out defense, right? Huh. Isn't that interesting? All-out defense, and the teaser for this chapter was high defense. Huh. Right? Isn't that interesting? Ruka walks into Kazuya's house. He lets her just grab him. She's all over him. He's already not setting boundaries with her. From the start. Yeah, he told her, I'm sorry, I don't like you. But he didn't actually enforce it. You need to go out of your way to show it. It's an active choice. You can't just say no and then nothing happens. Right? You got to actually go out of your way to enforce it. You can't just be passive about it. Of course Ruka's not going to fucking give up. Ruka's stubborn as shit. She's always been stubborn. That's always been Ruka. And what happens? She's in his room. She gets all up in his business, and then she kisses him. And then after she kisses him, and yes, this is forceful and it's wrong, but Kazuya didn't set any boundaries, Kazuya runs away from the problem and doesn't address it. He runs into Chizuru, the whole thing happens, and he doesn't actually talk to Ruka or address the issue. He kind of just lets it fester. Right? That's just the truth. He kind of just lets the issue fester. He doesn't explain to Chizuru. He doesn't explain to Ruka. He never considers any of that stuff. He kind of just lets it fucking happen because the issue is, that's the irony, Kazuya is a little too passive when it comes to his life. Yeah, Ruka's aggressive. You gotta swing back too, buddy. Ruka is aggressive. Yes, but you gotta fucking swing back. You can't just let her just touch you. That's just the truth. And I think Reishi's addressing that. Like, because Kazuya doesn't set very good boundaries. He's not good with that stuff. Right? And that's why Ruka is all over him. Because he doesn't just draw the line very clearly. Whereas Chizuru, because she's a girl, because she works a specific kind of job, she knows how to draw a line. But she has a hard time doing it, specifically because she actually has feelings. That's the issue with Chizuru. Kazuya doesn't know how to draw a line. He literally does not know how to draw a line. Chizuru knows how to draw a line. I'm talking specifically Hawaiians. Chizuru knows, okay, not just Hawaiians right now, too. It's relevant to right now, but Chizuru actually did draw a clear line. Anyways, Chizuru knows how to draw a line, but she has a hard time doing it with Kazuya. Kazuya always, for some reason, makes it really hard for her to draw a line. So she doesn't know how, and it leaves her confused. Add that with her grief, and add that with what she's going through, and she doesn't really know how to do things with Kazuya. She has a hard time drawing a line, even though she knows how to. So when it comes to someone like Umi, where she knows she doesn't have feelings for him, and there's nothing serious there, the only issue is Umi tends to control the flow, which leans into Chizuru's people-pleasing issue. Chizuru has a hard time drawing a line in that regard, but not because she actually has feelings for Umi. But when she actually gets her shit together, and she's like, okay, I know what I want, she can draw the line perfectly clear, right? It's the reason Chizuru knows self-defense, right? It leans perfectly into that. It's the reason Chizuru knows self-defense. It's so she can draw a line. It's be like, no, don't fucking do shit, right? It's that's the reason. Chizuru knows self-defense so she can draw a line. Kazuya, he's far too passive. He doesn't have enough walls, right? He doesn't know how to draw lines, and in so doing, he doesn't know when he's drawing lines, right? That's kind of part of the issue. That's literally what happens in the living together, in the cohabitation. He doesn't realize he's drawing lines. He doesn't realize he's essentially telling Chizuru, I don't want to live with you, even though he tells her he likes her. And so Kazuya doesn't realize he's been sending her mixed signals. And because he doesn't know how to draw lines, you see that exact same thing with Ruka and with Mami and even with Minnie. Kazuya is so bad at drawing lines, he doesn't realize what he's doing. That he's essentially getting all these girls somewhat interested in him, right? Because he doesn't know how to draw things very clearly. It's going to take something big disguised as little to stop Ruka. This is big, and I think that's exactly what's going to stop Ruka. I think it would be really cool if Ruka is the one who stops. I think it would be really cool if it's Ruka who stops this time. Last time, it was Kazuya who tried to stop things, and Kazuya who was too passive, right? And it was Kazuya who tried to like do things and realize he fucked up. It would be really cool if this time Ruka stops. I think that would be so interesting. Maybe Ruka stops because she realizes, like, maybe this isn't what I want. Whereas Kazuya doesn't know what he's doing, right? Whereas Kazuya doesn't know what the hell he's doing, and Ruka stops, and that would be so cool. I would love that. Literally, the big thing Reiji's building with Ruka's character is that she's changing. She's becoming a different person. Ruka is not acting the same at all. And that's the thing. I'm like, when I talk to people who like fucking hate Ruka or they hate Mami, they're seeing demons, right? They look at Mami and they're like, Mami's going to destroy everything. Holy shit. She's so evil. I'm like, have you been seeing the same character I have? Because she's been extremely passive. Ruka is the same exact way. Ruka she still has her stubbornness and demands certain things. Like you see right here, Ruka was demanding for Kazuya's for the third, right? She was demanding on that, but what did Ruka do? Right? You actually see it right here. She wanted what she wanted on the third, right? But what did you see right here? I understand that you have to spend the first with your family, but make sure you leave the third open for me. I'm free on that day too. Do what you want to do, but make some time for me. Does that sound like Ruka? That doesn't sound like Ruka. Ruka would force her time onto Kazuya's. In contrast, she's saying here, make time for me. That's different. Do what you want to do, but make time for me. That is actually quite reasonable, right? Pretty friggin' reasonable. My birthday celebration, she's been talking about it for a while. Oh, she's been meaning to do something for his birthday. Now, why is this interesting? Right? Chapter 348, we see Ruka constantly physically touching Kazuya, right? We see Ruka want to give Kazuya a keychain so he can always carry it around, so he could have something with him. And then Reiji specifically has chapter 384. So remember chapter 348 with Ruka. Chapter 384 with Chizuru. She gives him a keychain. She gives him back the keychain she gave him initially. And she frames it like it's just she's just giving it back. She doesn't want it, but it's clearly she wants him to have it, because what did Chizuru say when she first gave it to him? I want you to think of it as a gift to always carry around with you. So in understanding that Ruka was really looking forward to Kazuya's birthday, and she was talking about it for a while, and she wanted to do something for it, we can understand that Chizuru probably also wanted to do something for Kazuya's birthday. And she didn't. And she felt like she couldn't. It's like, interestingly, in understanding Ruka, you can understand Chizuru, making Ruka actually quite necessary to the story, as her actions and what she wants informs what Chizuru wants, because they parallel, because they're similar. So suddenly, Ruka caring so much about Kazuya's birthday informs that Chizuru probably also cared about Kazuya's birthday and also wanted to do something. Now, let's say Ruka does try to have sex with Kazuya. What if Chizuru shows up? What if Chizuru shows up? Now, how would Chizuru randomly show up? Does Chizuru know Kazuya's address? I don't fucking know. Right? We don't know. I have no way of knowing. Maybe Chizuru won't show up at all. Maybe this is all completely about Kazuya and Ruka. But it is interesting all the same. Maybe Kazuya will contact, or Chizuru will contact Kazuya afterwards. Who knows? But these next few chapters feel like they're gonna be kind of important, you know? So next chapter is gonna be 402. Oh my god, 402. Chizuru's room number is 204. Bro. Okay, we have to have some sort of Chizuru thing next chapter. He's got to be there somehow. Kazuya needs to start taking liberties instead of letting others decide the boundaries when they're with him. Pretty much. And that's essentially Kazuya's struggle. Kazuya's struggle in the story is to try and take control over his life, right? And that's why 218 is so important. That's why Hawaiians is so important, because Kazuya struggles in other aspects. He doesn't know how to fully take control. And in turn, control is actively being robbed of him, right? That's Kazuya's big issue in the 3 months, right? He let Chizuru dictate the flow of events, and Chizuru didn't know how the fuck to move. So naturally, it dragged out for 3 fucking months. Right? Chizuru has no idea what the fuck she's doing. So it dragged out for 3 months. She wasn't in a good place. She was literally going through fucking grief. So it dragged out for 3 months. Right? Yeah, it's kind of Chizuru's fault. Yeah, she's the one who ghosted him in the fucking first place. But who are we kidding? Kazuya literally let this happen. He didn't try hard enough. That's just obvious. He didn't. He could have tried harder. He fucking didn't. Kazuya's afraid that if he breaks up with Ruka, she will reveal everything to Nagomi. What's there to reveal anymore? What's there to reveal anymore? The secret's already out. Ruka doesn't know what's going on. Ruka has no idea what's going on. And Kazuya has other options. He doesn't have to just break up with her. That's where you're wrong. You think Kazuya's only options are stay with Ruka or break up with her. No, he has other options, such as set boundaries. Slowly show that you're not interested. And that doesn't have to, and if since Chizuru isn't present in this picture, that's just telling Ruka, I'm not interested in you just because I'm with you. There's no one to blame anymore. Right? If you start slowly showing you have no interest, and you don't want to be touched, and you don't want to interact with this person, and you start turning down dates and stuff, and then you start to slowly talk to her, and then eventually tell her, she gets the picture. She slowly starts to understand it's not working out, right? But that's the thing. I think a big thing what's going on right now is that it's not just about Kazuya. It's like Ruka realizing what she wants, right? and maybe she's slowly realizing this isn't the thing she wants with Kazuya. But who knows? We'll see. I do think she's very much in love with him at this point, so I don't know. Kazuya's line is paper thin. It takes no effort to cross it. You're correct. He needs to draw a concrete line. His desires to be liked and not hated is what stops him from doing what he tries to do, to appease people that he can't see, that sometimes you can't appease. This is also my theory. Ruka will stop because she realizes that Kazuya is uncomfortable. And I think that's a big thing for Ruka's character. Ruka's character lately has been actually very aware of Kazuya and like going out of her way to make sure he's happy. And this is something I can show you a little bit of the Ruka event comic. I won't show you the whole thing. I'll just show you a part of it. Because I'm kind of saving it for the thing. So what happens? In the Ruka comic, I'll just show you the last parts. In the Ruka comic, Ruka wants Kazuya to punch this punching machine, and if he gets a high enough score, if he gets 100, I believe, they get a special prize. So Kazuya keeps punching it, right? Kazuya keeps, oh wait, I went the wrong way. Kazuya keeps punching it, 96, 99, 97, and what they're trying to get is a train. And it's because Ruka loves trains, right? Ruka's whole thing is trains and train tracks, literally paths, diverging paths, right? A train is on a specific track, literally like a soulmate, if you will, right? It led her back to him. But that's the thing. Kazuya never gets 100. But he keeps trying and working and trying, and Ruka just keeps watching, right? In her cute, adorable way, she just keeps watching him. She sees how hard he's trying, and literally, it's a swoon right here. She's literally swooning over him. And then Kazuya runs out of money. He can't keep punching it anymore. And then Ruka hugs him, and she says, "It's okay. I'm glad that you tried so hard. That's what mattered," and she's happy. And that's where it ends. Kazuya never reaches 100. Kazuya never gets the thing she wants. She never gets what she wants with him. That never happens. But she's happy anyway, right? Because he tried so hard, because he cared so hard. And Kazuya, in Kazuya fashion, runs out of money in trying so hard. He tries so hard, he runs out of money, right? And Ruka loves that he tried so hard, right? So, to me, that is perfectly Ruka's relationship with Kazuya. She's not gonna get what she wants, right? She's not gonna get what she wants. It's not gonna happen. Ruka will never truly get what she wants with Kazuya, but she was happy anyway. Because just the connection that she shared with him, just the fact that he kind of cared about the relationship is what made her happy. And that's pretty much Ruka's character. She's just happy to be here. She's just happy to have a connection with him, even if she doesn't ultimately get what she wants. And she's not going to. She's never gonna get the 100%. It's never gonna happen. And that's the same thing with sex. It's not gonna happen. But she was happy with it anyway. Yeah, no matter what Kazuya does, he'll never be able to give Ruka what she wants, like the train. Exactly. This is literally the chapter on Ruka's birthday. If you remember the chapter on Ruka's birthday, it's literally this, just straight up. Ruka asks Kazuya, "Kazuya-kun, which train line do you like better, the Yamato line or the Chiyo line?" What the hell, right? Cho, I guess. If you're gonna make me pick one, I see. That's it, right? Oh, I see. It's not what she wanted. This should kind of remind you of Chizuru, where Chizuru asks Kazuya a question. He just kind of doesn't know, so he just says, what he wanted to say, right? He didn't really think it through. But the thing is, here he kind of just, the question is just random. There's no way of really knowing. And there's no connection here. Whereas with Chizuru, there was a very clear connection, and Kazuya just conveniently picked the answer that was better sounding than just saying it honestly, right? Ruka says, well, this one time I wanted to take a long ride. So I specifically chose the Yamanato line. It's 15 minutes from Shinjuku, Tokyo on the Chiyo line, Ruka-chan. But on the Yamato line, it takes 35 minutes. It was sort of just an impulse thing, but on the way, what happened? It was spring. We were passing Nishipori, and the whole south side was filled with cherry blossoms. It was an impulse thing. Literally like her relationship with Kazuya. She took a detour. Kazuya is a detour. But she saw a view filled with cherry blossoms. I fell in love with the sight, and ever since then I've taken the long way in the spring. Maybe it's silly, but I've met some wonderful people and had some amazing experiences because of it. Right? She realizes it's very similar to Kazuya. The movie was kind of like that at first. I was like, what's the point? I felt bad for Chizuru's son and her grandma, so I went along with it, but I guess it was mostly so I could keep you two apart. But when filming started, when I saw the crew, Chizuru's son, and you putting your heart into it, for some reason, even I got caught up in the mood, and it made my heart pound. Right? What are you seeing here? You're seeing the static again. You're seeing the static again. It's literally, she's caught up by her feelings, right? And she doesn't even know why. She doesn't even know why she felt this way. So look, stop apologizing. Because for one, I had a great time. Even though our relationship is not what I want, I had a great time. Right? Let's get going. Let's get all dirty. Luka-chan, today was never about getting back at Mizuhara, and she had fun making the movie. She's way sweeter than I could have imagined. Then again, no one would even imagine my life would turn out like this. Can I hold your hand? Yeah, sure. Right? I can't handle it. After seeing Ruka-chan looking so cute, my stupid imagination's running wild. She was just so sweet today. She's just her usual tomboy self. It's like she's just a crazy cute girl. She's sublime. Hold me, Ruka-chan. Right? And then she wants a gift for her birthday. So isn't it fitting that this time Ruka wants to give him something? But what if the thing she wants to give him is just for her? Interesting. What if Ruka realizes the thing she wants to give him is ultimately just for her, and it makes Kazuya unhappy? So she doesn't try to give that thing, right? She thinks she is the present. She thinks I am the present. What if she realizes you're not the present? Oh my God. Ruka is the present girlfriend? She wants to be the present for him? She wants to be his gift, and she can't be? Reishi, you fucking mad lad. Reishi, you fucking mad lad. Oh, that just clicked. Oh, that just clicked. She literally wants to be his present, but she can't be. Oh, I see. Oh, I understand. I see. My eyes are open. I have put the glasses on. I understand, Reiji, but I don't think that works in Japanese. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Eureka. No. Your mistake is thinking that it's supposed to just be literal. Like, not everything in Japanese makes sense, dude. Like, some things do, some things don't. But Reiji literally did this in Chizuru's birthday. This is quite literally Chizuru's birthday thing. The entire birthday for Chizuru is about being present, and that is the best gift you can give. And Minnie literally fucking says this to her. Right? Minnie literally fucking says this to Chizuru. The entire point of Chizuru's birthday is about being present, hence why Reiji actively goes out of his way to show you the smartphones. Because when you're on your smartphone, you're not present. So here's Sumi's, here's Chizuru's, here's Kazuya's, and here's Minnie's. Everybody is present in Chizuru's life, and that is the greatest gift she could have ever gotten. Right? And that was the point. And then literally, when you go to the next chapter, what does Chizuru do? Chizuru turns on the light. She gives her family, her past family, a presence. She gives her presence to them. And in turn, she starts becoming present in her own life. The best present you can gift is the present of being present. Right? And what is Kazuya doing with Ruka? He's not present with her at all. And she wants to be present with him, and she wants to share with him. So Ruka realizing she can't be his actual literal present is the point. And that's why Reiji specifically references Winnie the Pooh. This is a reference to Winnie the Pooh, by the way. Like, where is it? 271? 271. It's literally Winnie the Pooh. And that was the point. Because Winnie the Pooh's whole thing is literally about being present in other people's lives. And every single character in Rent-A-Girlfriend actually mirrors certain characters, right? So, what's his name? Kazuya is literally Christopher Robin. Chizuru is Winnie the Pooh. Sumi is Piglet. And Minnie is Tigger. Literally every character was one of the characters, right? That was literally the whole point, is that every single character was part of the Winnie the Pooh cast in some way. And a huge aspect of Winnie the Pooh is literally about being present in someone else's life and valuing them despite things that you would perceive as shortcomings in other people. The whole point of Winnie the Pooh is that when it was written around after like a world war, and people felt isolated and alone and not understood, right? And then literally the whole point of the book was to make them feel seen and understood, and to make them feel like they're present in their own life because they are a present. And understand, Reiji actually uses English too. He doesn't just literally say like present as in current, right? Like, yeah, I get it. Present as current and present as gift is probably not the same word in Japanese. It doesn't change the fact that you could still make it work. Because Reiji, it literally leans into that. That is something he literally does. Again, that's literally the whole point. Chizuru is just happy these people are present in her life. She's just happy she has them in her life. She wants to be present in their life. Hence why she asked Kazuya what he thought of the play. She wanted to be his present. She wanted to be his gift. And she felt like she didn't live up to that. She wanted to do more. She wants to be a better present for him, right? That's literally the whole idea. So Ruka, wanting to do the same thing for Kazuya, literally be his present, and she's literally trapped between the past and the future, being the present girlfriend. It's something she literally can't do as she struggles to do things. It would be so fitting for Ruka to stop, which would be big. That would be kind of unprecedented. Ruka stopping? Ruka literally choosing not to do something? She's just, this isn't what you want. I'm not going to do that. That would be big for Ruka's character, right? You think this is about Kazuya. What if it's actually about Ruka and her backing off? I honestly feel bad for Ruka. She's trying so hard. I mean, yes, but in some way she kind of created this, right? And I think that's the point. I think that's actually what we're seeing here. I think that's actually what we're seeing here. Ruka is trying to do this thing, but she can't. And it's freaking her out every time she tries to do it. She's trying to do this thing, and every time she does, she freaks out. Because she doesn't actually know how to do it. She's inexperienced. Okay? And for that exact reason, she's not going to be able to go through it, not just for herself, but for Kazuya. Because literally, Ruka is learning to put him first. And yet, you're seeing how much of a mess she is. She is a total mess. Literally like Chizuru. Literally like Chizuru. She is a total mess exactly like her. 2 chapters of no Chizuru. All this happened before. I don't remember. 2 chapters of no Chizuru at all. Has this happened before? I don't remember. I'm sorry to tell you, it did. And for much longer. But you felt a lot more comfortable because you had a safety net. What do I mean by this? The scouting. The scouting with Minnie, there was a lot of chapters with no Chizuru. There's a lot of chapters with no Chizuru. Like a good like 6 to 10 chapters with no Chizuru whatsoever. Like there was a lot of chapters with Minnie with just no Chizuru. Right? Heck, the Ruka chapters had no Chizuru. Chapter 300 and so let's see here. 347, 348, no Chizuru. I'm pretty sure 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24 all had no Chizuru. And then when Chizuru came back in 345, it was a big focus on her character because we had not seen her in a while. She was gone for a period. It's just you didn't really feel it because in these chapters you had a safety net. They were eventually gonna go back home, and you were gonna see Chizuru, and everything was gonna be fine. Now you're stepping into the adult world, and there are no more safety nets. You're not gonna be comfortable. Like I literally thought about this when I was talking about this on Twitter. I'm like, oh, that's why I feel so anxious. I felt a little bit of anxiety. You know, when I was reading some of these chapters, I felt a little bit of anxiety. I'm not like outright scared, you know, because I have faith in Reiji. I'm not outright scared. But I felt a bit of anxiety. I'm like, why do I feel this anxiety? And then I thought about it. I'm like, oh, it's because I literally don't have a safety net, right? We've only been away from Chizuru for like a few chapters, and yet you feel so uncomfortable because you don't have a safety net. So like 399, you see something's up with Chizuru. 400, no Chizuru at all. 401, no Chizuru at all again, right? Whatsoever. She's literally not present. It's just it's all the other girls. And yet you feel anxious. You're like, what the fuck is going on? Right? What's happening here? Right? And there's no Chizuru whatsoever. 7-Eleven is supposed to be the safety net, but it really isn't. Exactly. It's a fake safety net. Right? You can't just be away from a person and boom, everything is fine. I do think it'll end when we get to 3 weeks. So right now we're at 2 weeks. When we get to 3 weeks, it's going to end. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure the July 11th thing is gonna fucking end at 3 weeks. It's not gonna last a full month and a half, which would be 6 weeks. Yeah, that would be 6 weeks, right? Month and a half, that would be 6 weeks. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not gonna last the full 6 weeks. It's gonna be just 3 weeks, which would make some sense considering the reference to Steins Gate, right? And then the whole idea would be to take those 3 weeks back, because you were supposed to have 3 other weeks. So you would use those 3 other weeks to actually take it all back. And I think that's what Reiji's building to. He's pretty much just kind of set up the chessboard, right? Reiji is now slowly showing you, hey, this is my plan. We're slowly getting there. So 2 chapters was, about 3 chapters was like a day. About 3 chapters was like a day, you know? So now we're slowly going to build into that. So next chapter, we're going to have Ruka. I think it's going to last 2 or 3 chapters again. I also have a lot of faith in Reiji. He will go to the limits, but he will end this in the satisfying manner. Yeah, I don't think Reiji would ever truly cross a specific line to like actually make the readers dislike this story. Like, no, Kazuya is not gonna fucking have sex with Ruka. That would ruin it. That would just fucking that. For one, that's antithetical to Kazuya's character. That's just outright antithetical to Kazuya's character. Like, no, that's not him, right? That's just not him. This is actually about Ruka and what she wants. And what she's gonna do, right? And because literally she's the one who's looking forward to his birthday. Kazuya doesn't seemingly care about his fucking birthday, right? Kazuya doesn't really care about Ruka at all, for that matter, right? So to me, it just makes so much more sense that it's not building to that. I also feel okay. We said the Ruka thing. The part that gives me anxiety is seeing Kazuya being super oblivious, because it's like I'm looking at a mirror and seeing my own weakness shoved in my face. Yeah, I mean, all of us are oblivious in some way, shape, or form. And like literally, I think what Reiji is doing is that when you're an adult, It's all about choices and what you do with your time. It's literally all about choices and what you do with your time. Whatever you choose to do with your time, you're not doing something else with that other time. Right? So, like, when you choose to do a specific thing with the time that you're given, you're sacrificing something else. Whether you realize it or not, you are sacrificing something else. That is happening. And so Kazuya, in choosing to spend time with Ruka, in choosing to talk to Mommy, and choosing to not speak to Chizuru, is wasting his time with Chizuru. But he's convinced he's doing this for Chizuru. In reality, he's wasting his time with her. He could be having more time with her. He's choosing to fucking waste it in favor of becoming better and doing all these things. And I think what Reiji's trying to do is really actually change Kazuya. Like, I think Reiji is giving you the illusion of change so that Kazuya can actually truly change. Like, I feel like after we get to that point of like, oh shit, that's what's been going on the whole time, like the eureka moment where it all clicks and you realize what's been happening, Kazuya's character is actually going to change. And I think Reiji is kind of setting up for that. Like Kazuya to, and not just like change magically, I mean like have an arc or a saga where, okay, Kazuya is actually going to start changing now. And he's going to actually take real steps to start changing himself. Be more proactive, be more vocal, do things. But that's not going to happen yet. You know, we're still building to that moment. Reiji is slowly getting there and slowly breaking the illusion for you. That's to me what he's been doing. He's slowly paralleling things, paralleling arcs, paralleling characters, paralleling journeys, telling you to reread the story and pay attention. Be like, hey, what have you not been picking up on? What's like right there in front of you? Like, for instance, Ruka in her room literally mirrors Mommy in her room, right? What do you always see with Mommy when it comes to her room? The house. You always see Mommy's house, and you see it from a very specific angle. I think that's the fascinating part. Whenever you see Mommy's house, you don't see the full house. You always see this very specific angle with the car, right? You always see the specific angle with the car. The car is always emphasized. You're always seeing a car. You're always seeing the stupid car. Mommy walks into her room, lays in her bed, and then hugs a pillow. Whereas Mommy hugs a pillow that seemingly hides herself, right? Because she wants to be hugged, right? And she thinks about the past and she reminisces. Ruka is actually physically touching the pillow. She's aware the pillow is the element here, right? Mommy uses the pillow to hide herself. To literally cover her face. Whereas the pillow for Ruka is literally about touch. It literally has cat paws, right? And it's supposed to mirror Chizuru. So here it's actually showing, oh look, Ruka is the reverse of Mommy. Ruka and Mommy reverse each other, right? And that's literally the whole idea. Whereas Sumi is Mommy's opposite, right? Ruka reverses Mommy. Sumi is Mommy's opposite. Ruka is the Sumi has like a parallel to like Ruka in some ways, in that she's a rental girlfriend, but actually sticks with her role, whereas Ruka quit her role in favor of what she wanted. That's how Sumi and Ruka are like a reverse of each other, right? Ruka are opposites. Sorry, opposites. Sumi and Ruka are opposites because Ruka quit the rental job in favor of what she wanted to do. Sumi uses the rental job as an excuse to not do the thing she wants to do. Now, this is where Ruka becomes the reverse of Minnie. Ruka is the reverse of Minnie. Literally, you see that in how Ruka has her blue ribbons that stick up, and Minnie, who has her blue streaks that go down. They're literally opposites. Minnie, unlike Ruka, acts like she's following exactly what she wants. In reality, she's not. This makes her the opposite of Minnie. Or sorry, a reversal of fuck, I'm messing up my words. This creates a parallel between Sumi and Minnie. Sumi and Minnie are similar because Sumi does the exact same thing as Minnie. But the difference is Sumi is actually trying to be better. Whereas Minnie just lies to herself constantly. right? So that's the similarity you can strike between all the characters. They all parallel, reverse, and opposites of each other, and they all connect in some ways. And in so doing, every single character is connected to Chizuru in some way. They all hold aspects of who Chizuru is in some way, making every single character fucking important to the story. But everybody just, conveniently says, oh, Minnie is just a fucking plot device. She has no fucking character. Exactly, you dumb bitch. Exactly, you dumb bitch. That's the point. Minnie literally has no true character of her own because she's actively emulating everyone else. She's a goddamn YouTuber. She's a goddamn YouTuber. This is why her and Mommy have similarities, because Mommy is literally projecting onto other people, whereas Minnie is introjecting into herself. Why do I get the feeling that Mommy will be resolved the last, since her marriage is something that should happen as quick as only after she graduates? I don't know. And I don't think we're gonna get like the resolution you're expecting. I don't think you're gonna get like the resolution you're expecting. I think Mommy is something that will be explored as Kazuya is getting his shit together and kind of starts knowing what he wants and starts kind of like acting on that. I don't think Mommy will just be magically resolved. And understand, Mommy's whole thing is that she has to choose to want to be saved and in turn save herself. So far, Mommy isn't doing that, right? Heck, I was saying this yesterday when we were streaming. We don't even know if Mommy is like doing the class, the driving school for herself, or if she's doing the driving school because her dad told her to. Because Kazuya, like maybe she's the opposite of Kazuya, right? Maybe in that sense, she's the opposite of Kazuya. Kazuya is in part doing the driving school because his dad seemingly told him to, and he promised his dad, and he tells himself he's actually doing this for Chizuru. Is Mommy getting the driving license for her future to have autonomy over herself, or is she getting it because she needs to? And the reason I think maybe a part of it is for herself is because she's taking it really seriously. She's seemingly taking it really seriously, which tells me maybe it is for herself. Like maybe she's doing it because her dad told her to, but she made it for herself, right? Maybe her dad told her to get the driver's license, but she made it for herself. Or it's actually for herself. We don't really know. But I do think it's quite ironic that Kazuya is doing this because his dad told him to, whereas Mommy might be doing this for herself. The opposite of him, when her dad would usually be telling her what to do. Right? I think that's fascinating. I had a crippling anxiety to the point where asking for stuff behind the counter was terrifying. And then I got a job at the gas station, was even able to run the store by myself. It made me feel good. Baby steps, but important steps too. Yeah, I mean, everybody goes through things differently, and I think people just conveniently don't want to discuss that. I think conveniently people just kind of want to ignore that. Yeah, like every character in this story has done stupid shit, and every character in this story is also not necessarily a bad person, right? Even Mommy, who's done actually genuinely heinous shit, is not beyond redemption and deserves to be happy. Like nobody deserves to be fucking abused and oppressed and be a slave to their parents. It doesn't matter what they fucking did. Nobody deserves that, right? Like that's not justice. That's just punishment. Like I don't think people know what justice is, right? It's kind of why like, prisons are kind of like awful these days, especially like the United States, where like the prisons are pretty much just slave labor. Faye, could it be said that at this point in the manga, all the main girls have feelings for Kazuya? Yes and no. Why no? Well, because what do they actually want? I think Ruka and Chizuru actually love Kazuya. Like, genuinely. Mommy, in my opinion, is at a point where she's starting to address her feelings for Kazuya. And she's noticing she's acting weird. And that's why it's weird for her that she doesn't understand her feelings for Kazuya, because before she could tell it was love. Now Mommy's confused. Why is Mommy confused now? Because Mommy is doing things that she never did with Toru, where she's randomly acting on instinct. she's randomly acting on, like, she's doing things she doesn't understand, like asking Kazuya these questions and doing this stuff. That seems out of character for her. The way she's around Kazuya is very out of character. But I think a huge portion of Mami is actually about getting freedom. Not so much that she's outright in love with Kazuya. I think she does love him to some degree. Like, she's clearly doing all of this because she fucking likes him in some way. But Mami wants freedom. And in so doing, she doesn't actually fully know what she wants. So she doesn't know why she acts a certain way around Kazuya because Mami doesn't know who she is. Which in turn mirrors him. Mami mirrors Kazuya because just like Kazuya, she doesn't know what the fuck she wants. Right? You are under the impression that she does in getting the driver's license. Maybe she wants the driver's license, but is that for freedom? Is that because her dad told her to? You don't fucking know. You don't know her reasoning for getting the driver's license. Kazuya merely projects onto Mami what he himself is doing. You don't actually know her reasoning. Minnie is essentially living through Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship. And because Kazuya doesn't set boundaries with Minnie, she seemingly feels a sense of attraction to him. But Mami is more so, in my opinion, Minnie is more so, in my opinion, in love with the idea of love that Kazuya and Chizuru have. She's in love with the idea of Kazuya, less so actually him. And because she's gotten time to be with him, it's like a character that we really like, that we've gotten very invested in. And in a sense, she's kind of like Don Quixote, where she's literally living a fantasy, right? She's kind of went cuckoo caca crazy and living a fantasy and literally living through Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship because she wants Kazuya's efforts to be rewarded. Literally like someone reading a story and saying, I want this character to be rewarded. They worked really hard. They deserve this, right? Don't you have a favorite character that you want to be rewarded, right? But is that love? Is love just about being rewarded? Or is love about connecting to someone and actually finding something real and sharing it with another person? And a part of Minnie is clashing with that idea because she knows that's not actually right. What she's saying is nonsense. It's akin to AI. She confidently says the answer to you, even if it's wrong. Literally like AI. AI will confidently tell you, this is what this means, even if they're wrong. And she knows she's wrong. That's the thing. Minnie is human. So she kind of knows what she's saying is kind of wrong. And she's doubting herself. She's doubting this thing. And she wants to reward her character herself because now she's catching feelings for that character. But just like with a story or a YouTuber, it's parasocial. It's not real. It is fictional. Minnie even refers to herself as a rental girlfriend jokingly. She literally dresses up as a high schooler, the thing Kazuya literally wanted to reclaim, an element that people enjoy, and they consider it kind of ideal because, you know, it has the ribbons, it's perfect, it's the time. Literally, high school in Japan is kind of considered the golden time. So everybody wants to experience that in some way. So girls dressing up in high school clothing is a big appeal for a lot of guys, right? That's why Minnie wanted to be called cute, right? Because it's considered an ideal time. It's the golden time, if you will, you know? And then finally, so we talked about, let's see here. We said Ruka and Chizuru are actually in love. We said Mami is, we talked about Mami and how she's like confusing love and freedom, if you will. And part of the reason Mami is following through with her desires is because this is Mami having a clash of what she actually wants versus what she doesn't want, right? And that is being represented through love. That is being represented through love, right? It's about autonomy and agency, and it happens to be represented through love. And she doesn't even know if she's doing this because this is what Chizuru is saying. Then we talked about Minnie. Finally, Sumi. Sumi is a character that, in my opinion, is actually at that point where she's trying to move on. She's at that point where she's trying to move on, but she can't because she never actually addressed her feelings, not honestly. And that creates a parallel to Umi. Why? Because I think Umi is actually trying to move on from Chizuru. That's a theory I've had for a while. I think Umi is actually trying to move on from Chizuru. And that's why he never blushes or reacts or does anything. But Umi is an unresolved issue. Umi is actually actively trying to resolve the issue by being confrontational with Chizuru, by actively forcing the topic, but a part of him also kind of doesn't want it to end a little bit. Like, he's kind of okay with the limbo. This creates parallels to Ruka as well as Mami, because Umi has those parallels with those characters. But the particular parallel that is struck between Umi and Sumi is interesting. Why? Because him and Sumi both visit Chizuru's home, right? Sumi visits Chizuru's home because she was invited, right? She shows up specifically to celebrate Chizuru's birthday. Umi was not invited. Umi got Chizuru's address. Chizuru gave him the address or something, and he knew when she was off, and he showed up to pay his respects. We don't know the specifics of this. And it doesn't seem like Umi had any particular ill intent, but we don't know that. Umi is kind of just completely a blank slate. We don't know. However, Umi seems like he wants to confront this issue, resolve this conflict that has been sitting down for a while and has not been dealt with. Whereas Sumi, despite being invited and being present, is confronted with this thing she never dealt with. This also creates a parallel between Sumi and Mami. Sumi eventually came back to this thing that she never fully honestly confronted, right? She said she told herself she would let go. She told herself she would let go of Kazuya and she would move on. But she kind of really didn't, right? She never really got over it, and that's why she feels sad when she sees Kazuya walking into Chizuru's home. That's why she somewhat probes Chizuru when she asks her about how she feels about Kazuya, right? It's like she asks her, do you like this person, right? Almost wearily, almost afraid of this answer. Whereas Umi is seemingly, in my opinion, almost indirectly asking Chizuru, tell me you like Kazuya so I can move on. Tell me that you're dating him so I can move on. At least that's how I interpret it. Whereas Sumi, it's kind of Chizuru, it's kind of her not being clear with her feelings and actually confronting and talking to Kazuya about how she feels. Because Umi is at least actually saying to Chizuru, I love you, just so he can hear she loves someone else. Sumi is not even confronting Kazuya and telling him she loves him. She never actually did. She indirectly said it, right? And in so doing, Sumi is in some ways still using her personality as an excuse. The difference between Sumi and Umi is that Sumi puts Chizuru first when she really needs it, whereas Umi really challenges her, right? Umi outright challenges Chizuru and what she wants. Sumi puts Chizuru first when she really needs it. And Umi controls the flow. Sumi goes with Chizuru's flow. She listens to her. She supports her. She misdirects her flow. If her flow is going in the wrong direction, she misdirects it. So Sumi is helping Chizuru, whereas Umi is seemingly challenging her. And Umi is like controlling the flow, not giving Chizuru control. Whereas Sumi empowers Chizuru, gives her control. But there's that parallel of unresolved issues. There's that parallel between Sumi and Umi of unresolved issues. Sumi did not confront her feelings for Kazuya honestly. Umi, in turn, is trying to seemingly confront his issues with Chizuru, but isn't really over it, right? So that's the fascinating part. Both characters speak to Chizuru in private. Umi does it during the day. Sumi does it during the night. Which is interesting because usually Umi is the night character, whereas Sumi is the day character. But here it's actually reversed, right? Sumi speaks to her in secret in the night, right? The time of secrets, and Kazuya never overhears it. Umi speaks to her during the day about a secret between them, but Kazuya sees this, right? It's not so much hidden, right? And that's kind of the fascinating element. So all three girls, Mami, Chizuru, and Ruka, down bad for Kazuya at this point in the manga? No, I would say Chizuru and Ruka are down bad for Kazuya. Mami less so. Sumi is unresolved issues, and Minnie is parasocial relationships. Mami is more so like confused about what she wants. Mami is more so jealousy. Mami is more so jealousy, which is why there's that parallel between Ruka and Mami. Mami disguises her jealousy. Ruka essentially is somewhat driven by the thing she's missing, which seems like jealousy, but it's a little different. It's like, I lack something and I want to have it through this person because this other person have it, right? Which again seems like jealousy, but it's a little more complicated than jealousy, right? For mommy, it's more so a disguise for her trauma. Anyways, shoot. Hey, Fate, doesn't the conversation between Mami and Kazuya look like the one from Chizuru and Umi when Umi confessed to Chizuru and Kazuya heard about Umi left before he could hear Chizuru's answer? Huh. Yeah, actually. Yeah, actually, you're right. I don't know when you posted that, but you're right. Right? That's interesting. I was comparing this to okay. So what they're talking about. Right here, the confrontation between Umi and between Kazuya and Mami is at a driving school. And what's interesting about this is that I compared this to Chizuru and Umi's confrontation in chapter 397. Or 395. Sorry, 395. So I compared it to this. I compared it to the rejection. Fucking damn it. I compared this to the rejection. I compared this confrontation to the rejection. I ironically think I was wrong. I think the better comparison, as this person just pointed out, Shadow Warrior, I guess their name is, the better comparison, interestingly enough, is this. This is a much better comparison. Because it's near a road, there's a car, and their roles are seemingly reversed. That's interesting. Their roles are seemingly reversed. Whereas Mami is asking Kazuya if he loves her, if he still loves her, Umi is telling Chizuru, I love you. Right? And whereas Chizuru's is resolved, Kazuya's is merely just beginning. Whereas Chizuru's conflict with Umi was resolved, right? This was something that we saw get resolved right here, right? Umi got his rejection. His was happening during the day, just as this. And what do you see here? There's literally a parallel between these two. The buildings surround everything. It's confusing. Even though the line is drawn straight, even though they're standing at the edge, their background is confusing. And you see you see Kazuya and Minnie there, right? But the background is confusing. They're straight. They're drawn straight. And notice how Chizuru looks. Chizuru doesn't face Umi here, right? Chizuru faces us. Chizuru faces us here. She doesn't face Umi. Umi half faces Chizuru, half faces away, right? They're not looking at each other. Whereas, here, Chizuru looks directly at Umi and rejects him. Here, Kazuya and Mami give the illusion of facing each other when in reality they're looking away, literally paralleling Umi and Chizuru here. It's the reverse. This is a much better comparison. I agree. This is a significantly much better comparison. As if you go to the last chapter, suddenly there's a pretty good parallel, right? There's signs, there's stuff in the background, right? It's literally quite similar. It's literally quite similar. The difference is there's rails here. And they're on a very clean path. That's the difference. There's already a line drawn. You think there is no line drawn, but there's already lines clearly drawn, right? Whereas with Chizuru, she's standing on a sidewalk, which is quite fitting, because when she calls Kazuya, she's on a sidewalk. Here, it's at a pier, and Umi is at the end of his road, right? Umi is at the end of his road here. Here, it's on a sidewalk, right? And literally, Umi's ride is almost here. In contrast, Reiji draws this one. You see a path, right? But there's a bunch of other roads. And Kazuya and Mami were about to go their separate ways. And then Kazuya is the one who initiated. Whereas in this scene, Umi is the one who told Chizuru to come with him so he can say this, right? Kazuya is the one who initiated here. What's interesting about this scene is when we get to chapter 401, if we go to the Japanese version, the opening page literally reads, right? This opening page right here literally reads, there's a stop sign. Kazuya is driving, and he got to a stop sign. So he had to deal with an issue before he could move forward. And just like Umi, in this particular scene, he doesn't let Chizuru answer, right? Umi does not let Chizuru answer. He leaves, right? He tells her, sorry, I don't think I'm ready for your answer yet. Hides under his bangs, right? I'd like a little more time to keep loving you while I still can. Suddenly, this might make some sense, right? Suddenly, this might make some sense. Even though Mami acted a little strange, right? Maybe a part of Mami is actually kind of afraid of the answer, right? She's acting weird, but maybe a part of Mami is actually afraid of the answer because, it might just end just like that. But she's not aware of it, right? She's not aware of it, that it might just end. Umi is more aware than Mami here. That's the important part. Umi is more aware. He knows shit's about to fucking end, But he says, no, I want this, right? Mami just says, never mind. That looks good. She compliments his hair. And look at the way she leaves, right? Look at the way that she leaves. It's a little similar. Difference is, Umi's eyes are closed, Mami's eyes are open. She's looking at Kazuya, right? It actually shows she was looking at him the whole time, right? Umi has his eyes closed. He can't actually see Chizuru. And interestingly, when I saw this scene, the thing it reminded me of, interestingly enough, is this, which is a direct parallel to the Umi sequence. This is the thing it reminded me of. Kazuya seeing Chizuru. Here is Mami seeing Kazuya. Isn't that fascinating? Right? This is the thing that it reminded me of. Right? The difference being is that Kazuya is the one who initiated this entire sequence. Identical to how Umi is the one who initiated that entire sequence. Right? And just like when Umi leaves and Chizuru does nothing, Mami leaves here and Kazuya does nothing. This is further proving to me that this entire arc is literally about Kazuya dealing with his fucking shit. Right? Because Chizuru actually dealt with her shit. She's actually actively trying to deal with her shit. Kazuya actually hasn't. I posted that at the very beginning of the stream, lol, and just call me Shadow. Sorry, I have a tendency to not look at the Twitch stream. I'll definitely work on setting up the Twitch stuff, and the other stuff, so that way I can just have it all in one area, so that I can constantly look at it instead of like worrying about it. But yeah, so yeah, that's the whole point. They're supposed to be literal mirrors, right? Kazuya is now doing kind of what Chizuru maybe did, right? But whereas Chizuru was gonna give an answer, so that's the other thing that happened. Chizuru was about to give an answer, and she let Umi dictate the flow, right? Chizuru was about to give an answer, And then she let Umi dictate the flow, right? Kazuya was quite similar. Kazuya was about to give some sort of answer, but he just kind of stayed quiet. And then Mommy just said, actually, never mind, right? I'll just leave it to that and I'll head out, right? In so doing, perpetuating the status quo. What does this show you? Kazuya has no control over his life, just as Chizuru back then had no control and had to learn to take control, right? After Umi showed up, what did Chizuru do? She went out of her way to ask Kazuya out on a date. And then they had a great time. And she started changing and taking more control over herself. That didn't happen with Kazuya here, right? Kazuya, in contrast, was left confused. It kept thinking about his emotions. And then Ruka called, and he just kept going with the flow. Right? The whole time, Kazuya just keeps going with someone else's flow. He never took any control back. So why did Chizuru take control and Kazuya didn't? Because Chizuru was actually taking control the whole time. Chizuru, you want to know when Chizuru actually chose to take control? Right here. Chapter 235. That's when Chizuru chose to take control. She said, that's it. We're doing this. This is what I'm going to do. And then ever since then, Chizuru has been the one leading. Chizuru has been the one doing things. Chizuru has been the one controlling stuff. Even letting Minnie into her house was a choice, right? She let Minnie into her home so Minnie could give her a talking to so Chizuru could do stuff because she knows Minnie is on Kazuya's side. Chizuru kind of knew what Minnie was going to say because what happened the last time Chizuru let Minnie into her home? Literally, what happened last time Chizuru let Minnie into her home? Minnie literally said like, oh, go, you should date Kazuya. Like literally here, this scene, this shot right here, it parallels another scene. I'll show you which one I'm talking about. Huh. Huh. This sure seems similar. Huh. This sure seems similar. It's almost like Chizuru let Minnie into her home knowing exactly what Minnie was going to do. It's like Chizuru let Minnie into her home knowing Minnie would be the hype woman. And she needed someone to call her out on her shit. She knew Minnie was going to do this. That's why she let Minnie into her house. Chizuru was choosing even then. Chizuru was making a choice that whole time. Whereas Kazuya boasted about making a choice. When you go to chapter 236, right, what does Kazuya tell Minnie? Right? Kazuya starts realizing he wasn't making choices. It starts here. Right? I wonder, has she blocked me? Right? Where was it? Why didn't I think of that before? I'm an idiot. I started the chat the whole fucking time and I didn't think of that. Actually, if someone blocks you online, you can figure out by sending them a sticker pack, right? Kazuya never even bothered to check that. So he talks to Minnie. Minnie tells him, hey, you were wrong about everything. Right? Minnie tells him, you were wrong about everything. Huh. And now we're reenacting the 3 months, but it's 3 weeks. And he's actively choosing this. Just like right there, back then, he was actively choosing this. Right? Kazuya is actively choosing to separate. Just like back then, he was actively choosing to separate. Right? She doesn't hate me. He says, thank you, Iamori-san. And this is where it began. This is where it began, where Kazuya started just grabbing onto Minnie and not setting clear boundaries. Right? And it catches Minnie off guard. She's surprised. Right? Oh, yeah, okay. Right? Kazuya gets up and says, I'll try to find out how Mizuhara feels all on my own. And yet, something quite interesting happens. Right? What happens when Kazuya and Chizuru are talking? Chapter 238. Kazuya tells Chizuru, load, thank you. Kazuya tells Chizuru, I wanted to ask you straight up, did it mean nothing more than that? He asks her. But back then, I wasn't lying about my feelings. Oh, well, look at the time. Thank you for the date. I'm looking forward to the chocolate. I had a lot of fun. See you later. You idiot. Deal with it. What is this? I can't take it. My hands are shaking. My legs are wobbling. I'm taking everything I've got just to stay upright. Why am I about to cry? Right? He starts walking away. He says he's going to find out, and he starts walking away. He asks her a question, and he starts walking away. Right? It's because Kazuya can't face this. He actually can't. Right? I can't hear Mizuhara's answer in such a state. I'm barely able to keep up appearances as it is. This is enough for today. I was able to tell her what I needed to. This is enough. I'm okay. I don't need to hear it. It's okay. I did enough. I'm okay. I did enough. What is this nodding to? Literally what he did in the 3 months. That's exactly what he did in the 3 months. He did just enough, and he tried to walk away. He did the bare minimum. He didn't get what he wanted, mind you. Kazuya did not get what he wanted. He did the bare minimum, and he was content with that. And he started walking away. I was able to do it to tell Mizuhara about my feelings. What did he tell Minnie earlier? I'll try to find out how Mizuhara feels all on my own. Okay, you told her how you feel. You didn't let her tell. You didn't find out what she felt. Right? And Chizuru had to stop him. Chizuru had to tell him, wait, no, let me explain. I'll tell you everything if you'll let me. It's like he wasn't letting her. It was there from the start. That's why we're calling back to the 3 months time skip. That's why it's 3 weeks now. It's literally coming back to that time, and it's like, okay, we resolved one part of this. One part of the 3 month time skip was resolved. That being Chizuru, right? The Chizuru aspect was resolved. There's another part you weren't paying attention to, and that was Kazuya. And the simplest way to prove it, that I've pointed out many times, Minnie ended the 3 month time skip in a single day. Went to talk to Kazuya, went to talk to Chizuru, then they contacted each other, and boom, problem solved. So why couldn't Kazuya do that? It's almost like it only lasted 3 months because he made it last 3 months. And it's because Kazuya wouldn't actually let Chizuru talk to him. Because he's afraid. He's guarded. He's walking away. He's turning away. In fact, here's Chizuru handing him a gift. Here's Kazuya walking away. After receiving the gift, telling her how he feels. After she said sorry. It's almost like he's actively facing away from her. He's actively choosing not to look. Like this is an active choice that he is doing. And this is him right now. Just as he's not looking at Chizuru, he's not looking at Ruka. Just as he's not looking at Chizuru, he's not looking at Mami. Whereas Mami is actually looking at him. Mami actually looked at Kazuya. She saw what he was giving out, and she paid attention. She tried to engage, and then she backed off. That's the difference between Mami and Umi. Umi was not actually looking at Chizuru. He didn't actually see Chizuru. Mami was. She was seeing Kazuya. She complimented his hair. She was paying attention. She saw what he was putting down. She was actually looking at him. That's the irony, right? We think Mami is not actually seeing Kazuya, but what if Mami is seeing Kazuya better than we realize, and the one who's not actually seeing himself is Kazuya? What if Kazuya is the one who's not actually seeing himself? And what do you see Kazuya do? He covers his face with the bag, just like Mami covered her face with the pillow when she was at home, right? There's parallels intentionally being struck, and what Rage is actually showing now is like, hey, remember how in the 3 months, like, the whole thing was on Chizuru? What if this time it's on Kazuya? And what if the 3 months were actually on him too and Byrd? And he just never realized. He just never realized that it was actually kind of on him. Because guess what? Kazuya never confronted Hawaiians. Kazuya is conveniently remembering things how he wants to remember them. He doesn't actually remember the details as they were because he's not looking at Hawaiians. He's not looking at his past. He's facing away. He wants to get what he wants, and he's okay with turning away because just in case the answer hurts, he doesn't want to face it. And that's because Kazuya doesn't know who he is. He's not being honest with himself. He's lost his character. That's how you can do regression as a character well. That's how you can write good regression. The character literally goes back, and so doing, discovering who he is. First 3 months, now 1.5 months. I guess on July 11th, we'll get 22.5 days. Well, no, July 11th is 1.5 months. So, it's not that. Rather, it's about the 3 months. Is he insecure? This isn't about insecurity. This is not about insecurity. This is about trauma. And what trauma does is extrapolate your insecurities. It makes your insecurities so painful that you don't want to deal with them. And trauma and insecurity are, in fact, a byproduct of something very, very important. You don't have faith in yourself, and you don't know who you are, and therefore you're not confident in yourself. That's where insecurities and trauma come from. What Reishi is doing here is exploring these tropes that are often present in these stories, but don't really serve a purpose other than to delay the story. Rather, here what Reishi's doing is like, okay, why does the will they won't they thing happen? Why does why do characters like when characters feel these insecurities, how do they impact relationships? How are we sometimes not aware of it, right? And I'm going to show you how even you as the reader might not know things when you're not hearing what the characters are thinking and when things are not just magically resolved, right? He's leaving a mystery in plain sight. You could piece it all together if you kind of pay attention, but you're rooting for specific characters, right? So if you only see Kazuya as a loser, right, you'll blame everything on him, but you won't understand why any of this is happening. Right? You won't understand why anything is happening. If you're like most people who interact with this manga and they just want to blame characters, you won't see what you want to see. You'll only see Chizuru being a bad person, Mami being a bad person, Kazuya being a bad person. You won't, Ruka being annoying and terrible and a bloodhound and evil and all that stuff. You won't actually see the characters. You'll only see the vision that you want to see, the view that you want to see, the lens that you want to see, not what's actually happening. That Ruka isn't evil, that maybe this is not what we think it is, that maybe Kazuya is causing this to himself, but that doesn't mean he's a terrible person unworthy of love, because even at his worst, he was still doing things to help and be there for Chizuru. Even at his worst, Kazuya was still there in some fashion. For instance, he helped Chizuru when she was going through her menstruation. He helped Chizuru by trying to cook and to clean. He helped Chizuru for her birthday. He said one of the reasons the birthday happened is because Kazuya and Sumi both went out of their way. Kazuya helped Chizuru through a lot of her emotional turmoil, whether he realized that he was doing this or not. He helped her literally clear the baggage out of her house when he carried the rocks her grandpa left. He literally helped her carry the baggage out of her house and then fill her house with her clothes that were still in boxes, not ready to quite be opened, but literally help refill who she is back into her home, right? Kazuya, even at his worst, was doing amazing things. And people just don't see that because they were small things to you, right? All he was doing was moving boxes. All he did was cook. All he did was say hi to her and, throw her a birthday party. That's nothing. He's not doing the big stuff, right? He didn't make her a fucking movie. He didn't protect her from his family when everybody was fucking turning on her. He didn't jump off of a ferry to go and save her and almost drown trying to do it. He didn't jump off of a fucking bridge just so they could film a scene. No. Kazuya didn't do any of that stuff, right? You only want to see the worst of his character because you want to perceive Kazuya as a loser. In reality, Kazuya is not a loser. He's actually a very strong person, even at his weakest. But what he's doing now is choosing to look away and telling himself he's weak because so many people that were injected into the story by Reiji convinced Kazuya he's weak. When you're so convinced you're weak, you don't see your own strength. You don't see what you're doing. You don't see how all these girls are falling in love with you and having these emotions for you because of how you're acting, right? But no, people don't quite see that. So I don't think the Ruka thing is going to be what we think it is. And I even think the Ruka thing is going to be Ruka slowly realizing maybe she isn't what Kazuya wants. And maybe Ruka will slowly get to the point of actually wanting to break up with him, which would be so fitting for her character, thematically speaking. So fitting for Ruka's character to come full circle and to actually choose to break up with him eventually. Now, it's not going to happen right away. She's going to choose it because she's going to realize what he wants that he's not looking at himself for, that he refuses to voice out loud. Right? Kazuya refuses to speak what he actually wants out loud, but eventually people will start seeing it, right? Just as Kibe was able to see Chizuru was in love with Kazuya but couldn't speak it out loud, Ruka will eventually start seeing, okay, he doesn't actually want to be with me. He doesn't actually love me. And in so doing, she'll start to slowly let go herself. And I think that would be super fitting for Ruka to slowly start realizing she's not what he wants. Right? He'll be doing big things too, and even people call Reiji names, saying either he's become desperate or he's rushing the manga. It's like there's no pleasing these people. They'll only see the worst, and they want to see the worst, and they're content with seeing the worst. Right? That's just what it is, you know. And that's why like I get so sad when I see people talking about this story because it's a complete mischaracterization of who the cast is. Right? To most people, Kazuya is just a cuck, a loser, and a simp who is just gonna watch Chizuru have sex with other people and get a boner out of it and beat his meat, you know, that kind of shit, you know, that weird fucking kind of shit where it's very gross, you know. In contrast, they only view Chizuru as a whore, slut, a prostitute. That's all she is, right? She's gonna give in to those feelings. She's gonna date whoever, blah, 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 blah. Like all that weird shit. And they wish these horrible things on these characters. It's genuinely uncomfortable seeing people just act like this and draw and show this stuff and be okay with depicting these things because they think they understand what the story is all about. They only want to see the negatives. All they want to see is the negatives. They're content with seeing the negatives. They're content with their tunnel vision view. That's what they're okay with. And then they get likes and they're supported and they're okay with spewing horrendous shit out into the world because they feel that's okay. That's acceptable. Right? It's okay to show that stuff, and that stuff sells, and we're rewarded for it. It's acceptable to act like this. It's genuinely scary, like seeing people just okay being horrendous people, and not realizing how they're actually being the very thing they deem to criticize. Right? They're saying this is what these characters are when that's not them at all, and in so doing, you're becoming the very thing you claim to criticize in saying these horrendous shit about these characters. I think that's insane irony and quite fitting considering, you know, that's literally what people often do with hating. When you hate something, it's often blind. It's often you choose to hate something. It's easier to hate that way. Okay, so we're gonna read what Mute said really quick. 401, the theme this time is Mommy's past and present. Although Mommy's screen time is limited this time, I'd like to delve a bit deeper into her character. The relationship between Mommy and Kazuya lasted for 1 month. Mommy was the one who broke up with him, citing the reason that she had found someone else she liked. In episode 20, Mommy said, that's chapter 20, Mommy says, when it came to dating, anyone would have been fine, so I just found a convenient option, which means she can't actually be in love with Kazuya. Mommy might have taken pleasure in using the exact words of farewell that her ex-boyfriend Toru-kun had said to her, to inflict that despair she had felt onto him. I also think that Mommy's impulse of seeing a couple in love makes me want to destroy it went one step further, finding enjoyment in becoming part of the couple herself and then breaking that relationship apart. Right, and that's pretty interesting. She found pleasure in being part of that relationship and thus breaking it. In turn, acting as a reversal of Minnie, who did this very thing. Except she enjoys being a part of it, not realizing she's destroying it. Right, acting as a reversal of Minnie. Oh, oops. I don't think that's completely true though. I think that's where Mommy's confusion rises. Where this is what she's telling herself. This isn't actually fully what she's doing. Right? That's not why she's doing this. This is just what she's telling herself. She's lying to herself. It's disguising her jealousy. However, in the two-page scene of Kazuya and Mami's past state, Mami's smile doesn't even seem like a forced smile. While dating Kazuya, Mami may have been drawn to him, and perhaps she broke up with him before those feelings could grow into love. This is a scene from episode 20, in chapter 20, but in that single volume edition, Mami's dialogue has been changed. During the serialization, Mami still hadn't fully realized her romantic feelings yet, but in the single volume edition, it seems like she had already become aware that she is in love with Kazuya. He made an earlier post about this, so I would have to like double check it. But yeah, Mami's dialogue in these two scenes is different. Where she seemed actually more aware that she actually kind of likes Kazuya. She says love is hard or something. Or I don't quite remember the details. And I commented on this. I don't know where I commented on it. Let me see if it's like right here. I said Mami and Ruka parallel and reverse each other, the past girlfriend and the current, both unable to grasp what they want. What's interesting is I think Mami doesn't understand her feelings because she never did something she didn't understand when dating Toru. With Kazuya, she does though. And that's kind of the difference. That's why I think she knew she was in love with Kazuya because she dated before, but now she's acting weird and she never did that with Toru, so now Mami's a little confused. And that ties directly into Mami's confusion between freedom and love. What she actually wants. Kazuya was crying at the Shimoda beach, saying he liked Mami and trying to get back together with her. But now, conversely, Mami is the one trying to get back together, and a reverse phenomenon is occurring where Kazuya no longer likes Mami, right? Mami is the one who's like actually serious about him now, whereas Kazuya is the one who's not serious about her. Mami interrupts Kazuya's response by the fact that he doesn't answer immediately, but compliments Kazuya's hair. When they met at the driving school, she probably couldn't say it out of embarrassment, but you could sense her desire to convey her intentions. This is Kazuya's delusion, but while he still imagines himself approaching Mami, this time it's a delusion where Mami is the one tempting him. In other words, it expresses the change in his thinking that perhaps Mami likes him. Right? That's a good catch. I didn't quite catch that the first time. That's a good catch. Kazuya's attitude towards the phone call from Ruka is curt, and you can see the nature of their relationship. I thought it was strange that Ruka didn't come to Kazuya's birthday party, but I didn't expect her to suggest doing it on another day. Oh yeah, I commented on this one. I'll read it for you in just a sec. I think Ruka's smartphone is cracked because it broke when she fell in chapter 348. But women often put their phones in their bags. Ruka's skirt had a pocket attached, so maybe she had it in there. If she deliberately cracked it herself, saying something like matching Kazuya's, I'd be a little turned off, wouldn't you? But that's not actually what happened. This was a mistake. Reiji drew the crack, as you see in the different panels. It's gone. And then he commented, I heard rumors that the person mentioned in the chat that his assistant had drawn it by mistake, but I suppose you're referring to the paid subscription service. Yeah. Yeah. I'll just tell him, like, I thought it was really yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. Final two posts. Ruka sandwiches a pillow between her legs, recalling the sensation of Kazuya, and plays a simple video from an adult site, but quickly closes the screen. She seems interested in sexual acts, but lacks the courage to put them into action. I think Ruka's house makes its first appearance this time, but it's a standalone house in Tokyo, and it looks quite large, so it seems like a fairly affluent family, huh? This is interesting. I didn't think of this before. She sandwiches the pillow just as she's literally being sandwiched between what is it, the past and the present, or the past and the future. She's literally stuck in the middle, literally being sandwiched, and that matches Kazuya. He's literally trapped between the two as well, getting sandwiched between her legs, I guess. So there you go. You were almost a Ruka sandwich. For anyone who knows that reference. Can't keep my eyes off. The phrase would be can't keep my eyes off means troubled where to look. But in the next episode, when Ruka comes to Kazuya's house, she'll be wearing something revealing, clothes in a provocative way, making Kazuya flustered and saying, I can't keep my eyes off. Let's see. Oh, wow. There's a lot of comments today. I think in this chapter we see Mami in a similar situation to Chizuru when they're with Kazuya when they don't believe as they normally do, and that confuses them. The role reversal between Kazuya and Mami is very interesting. Kazuya's return will cause total chaos. Good review, Mute. What is this? As the manga style technique, having Kazuya being erratically towards Mami and Ruka makes readers wonder, is Kazuya alright? It reflects the author's view that a bit of noise makes the change manga more interesting than a one-sided romance. Let's see. Continued. Kanokari explores the theme of what constitutes true love, stemming from the fictional relationship of a rental girlfriend. While Kazuya may appear inconsistent, this conversely depicts the growth process of a student who has never experienced love. Kazuya is inconsistent, though. That's the thing. Kazuya is inconsistent. You just think he isn't. It's because Kazuya doesn't know who he is. In being inconsistent, he's learning how to be consistent. You know, it's kind of a bit of both. Okay. They only complain because they're forced to sit through the journey of a character making mistakes and correcting it. Not their fault since they're used to other rom-coms where it doesn't happen. Yeah, like in other rom-coms, you don't see a story just outright trying to explore like what real love is and exploring uncomfortable topics like rental girlfriends or like having a toxic relationship like with Mommy or characters like doing bad things and still being good, still being worthy of love, because usually when people do bad things you punish them, they don't get the happy ending, they're the bad person, you know, and then maybe they'll get redeemed once they get called down and treated like a bad person. They don't want to explore the nuance of real life, you know, right? Kazi's like the one student who would be afraid at looking at the test score at school. Yeah, maybe. Maybe at this point. Maybe at this point. Okay, give me a little bit. I gotta eat something. I'm getting a little hungry. I'll be back in just a sec. I'm gonna grab some food, and then we'll continue. I'll read what was written here. I might read maybe what I wrote on Twitter, and then we'll go from there. So give me a little bit. Okay, I'm back. So, make a poll really quick so I can ask you. Engage with the audience. Start a poll. Read Reddit first. Or read my analysis. It's short. My analysis is much shorter on Twitter. Okay. Alrighty, fellas. Let me know while I eat. Let me know while I eat. No? Nothing? Nobody nada? 100% Reddit so far. Yeah, I'll make it visible so everyone can see. Wait, why is it showing the whole thing? Can I? Oh, there we go. Really? Only 3 votes? Damn, I was expecting more. 4 votes. Okay. 5 votes. You guys basically get until I finish my sandwich, which is almost done. Charming. 50-50, huh? Alrighty. Seems like Reddit won. I'll give you guys one more vote. You guys get one more vote, and we'll see. Or I could end it at 7. I kind of want to end it at 8, just because 8th anniversary and all that. Oh, God. Okay, I guess we're going to Reddit. Get out. Thank you. Reddit it is. Only 8 votes. Good enough for me. Okay. As expected, Mommy's question throws Kazuya for a loop. He needed to reply with a calm, clear, and concise no, but as always, his desire to come up with a perfect answer stops him from giving the right answer. Yeah, I guess that's kind of true. He stammers and flails, and the indecisiveness lets Mommy retreat. She thinks about it on the walk home, and might be as confused as to why she asked the question as he was to receive it. See, that's the interesting part. Cheat and post your analysis on Reddit. Cheat and post your analysis on Reddit. Yeah, but that would take longer. So maybe I'll write that later. Maybe I'll just copy paste it later. See. Now I do think he was going to say no eventually, but as is his way, he missed the moment. Yeah, that's kind of what's pretty much been happening with Kazuya. He keeps missing the moment. Literally, the opportunity presents itself and he fucking misses it. And that's something he wasn't doing before. Before, like, Kazuya was actually taking the moments. right? He was kind of seizing the moments. Kazuya was doing that a lot. Now he's fucking not. But that also raises another question. A lot of these characters are like trying to seize the moment, but then they retreat and they're afraid to. And that's a repeating thing. So like that'll probably even happen with Ruka, where she's gonna try and then she's gonna hesitate. Maybe because she knows what she wants, right? That would be interesting. Now, I do think he was okay. A very interesting moment here. Kazuya considers his "do beautiful people have to be mysterious" theory, without realizing that his evasiveness and inability to express himself makes him as, if not even more, mysterious to the people he's complaining about. Pretty much. That's pretty much it, right? Kazuya is literally the mysterious person when he thinks they're being mysterious. I hope he's a couple more interactions away from "is it me" revelation. You never say what you feel, you're the mystery. Anyway, Kazuya is struggling with studying because who wouldn't be? He was already spinning plates without mommy popping back into his life. He's a young, horny idiot, so of course his imagination runs with it a bit. Hates himself for having desires, remembers the question he couldn't answer on the date, and is overwhelmed by everything on his plate. That kind of rhymed. Everything on the date, everything on the plate. Oh. Well, anyways, part of his inability to express himself is probably tied to his repression. His answers shouldn't be "I love you" because I want to hit that, but pretending that he doesn't, hiding that aspect of himself, refusing to see the green lights, part of the problem. Is he going to even have to come up with the perfect confession? I still think Chizuru is going to beat him to it. Speaking of young horny idiots, Ruka calls. She wants to spend time with him to celebrate his birthday. She doesn't want to go out, but rather chill at his new place. Chill. Interesting choice of words. Chill. Netflix and chill. I do hope Kazuya takes a minute to think, oh, my fake girlfriend wants this thing from me. I wonder if the woman I'm actually in love with wants that too. Yeah? No, never gonna cross his mind, because she does. She told him as much on the date. I really want to see him put this together, especially once he realizes what Ruka is after. Did anyone have Ruka rubbing one out in the predictions? Be honest. She wasn't, though. She wasn't, though. Everyone keeps thinking she was like, beating the meat, but she wasn't. Like, Ruka was not beating the meat in this chapter. Like, I'm sorry to tell you. Like, she's not. She's just... It's literally the feeling between her thighs. It's not actually, like, the coochie. There's no coochie happening here. It's just the thighs. And I get it. We would love it for it to not be just the thighs, but it is just the thighs. It's just that feeling right there, in particular, Kazuya being there, and that thought. She's not actually, like, beating the meat. I get it. It totally looks like it, but it's not. The picture on her phone, let's see. She's being, okay, she's young, horny, curious, and has a boyfriend. Not surprising that she has these desires and wants to act on them. Big week ahead for the any port of the storm crowd. The picture on her Ruka phone screen is really cute, though. I do think it would be funny if she saw his new hair and got the ick. So for those who don't know, the picture from his phone screen, it's close enough. It's not though. Like, I get it. Please understand. I get it, but it's not though. So the picture from Ruka's phone screen is this one. And as I said, it is from the crowdfunding. This is from the crowdfunding event that I use for my opening page. This is the Ruka crowdfunding event. Reiji was nodding to it because the manga that he drew for it is canon. The manga he drew for it was canon. Yeah, the Ruka manga that I showed you guys earlier, that was canon. This manga is canon. This is real. This is an actual manga. It is canon. It is a chapter he wanted to draw, and he did not. He intended to draw this chapter, and he did not because he couldn't. They didn't let him, right? Also, he drew real people here. I think these are like actually real people who's paid for the event, and Reiji drew them in the actual manga. That's actually kind of cute. Anyways, where were we? This is the testing Kazuya arc, maybe. As readers, we've been reassured that Chizuru has locked in, and now it's time for Kazuya to suffer the consequences of his actions/inactions. Well, no. Chizuru is still confusing. Rather, it's not just testing Kazuya arc. You're right in that it's about his action and inaction. You're kind of wrong in that it's about just testing him. It's actually about like showing you how you've only been seeing what you wanted to see. You haven't been seeing things very clearly, and Reiji's slowly but surely highlighting and that includes Ruka and how we're not seeing her clearly. I imagine he'll calm Ruka down, but will likely make things worse in the process. There's probably going to be a mini crossing the line moment coming soon, and a much harder to predict Sumi arc. It's around his birthday, and she'll want to celebrate after all. Hey, where has Sumi been? Like, we don't know anything about Sumi, right? I think Sumi is in that state of wanting to move on, but she can't. So I don't know. One of my half-baked theories is that all the girls who aren't Chizuru represent something he wants from Chizuru. The arc could be Kazuya seeing them as mirrors for himself. In some ways, I do somewhat agree, because I was pointing out earlier how, like, literally, Kazuya likes that Ruka is direct. He likes how direct Ruka is. This is something that Kazuya kind of wants from Chizuru. And the thing is, Chizuru has aspects of every character in the story in some way, shape, or form, right? She has the mystery of Mami. She has the desires of Ruka, but she isn't direct like Ruka. She's not vindictive like Mami at times. Like Mami can be quite cruel, right? Chizuru views Mami as cruel and doesn't want to be like her. She has the shyness of Sumi, right? She has like the similar job, if you will, as Minnie. And she can be kind of parasocial, somewhat like Minnie. Who else did I miss? We said Minnie, Ruka. Yeah, I already said everyone. Never mind. Whoop. But yeah, every character seemingly represents that aspect, and Chizuru has all of them. Chizuru is all of them, and yet also herself. So far, we have Mami asking the question that he desperately wants Chizuru to answer. Yes, I'd argue that he should be confident that she does based on her words and actions, but I can't blame him for being confused. I can be like, bro, figure your shit out. What the fuck do you want? Kazuya, what the fuck do you want? Figure it out. Right? He keeps saying like, I wanna be friends with Mami or what, or like, I don't want Mami to hate me, but why? Why do you not want Mami to hate you? Why does that matter to you? Right? Do you want to be friends? Do you want to be more? What's the dealio, buddy? You love Chizuru, so why do you care so much about Mami? Right? And in so doing, he doesn't recognize, because he doesn't want Mami to hate him, he fails to address the core issue of just like, hey, why is Chizuru not doing okay because of Mami? Why is Mami seemingly haunting Chizuru? What happened between Chizuru and Mami? In not addressing this fact and being so focused on not making Mami upset at him, he fails to see what Chizuru is going through, and in so doing fails to recognize and see his partner, and thus doesn't understand himself and what's going on. So yeah, I can kind of low-key blame him, because he saw what's going on and he chose not to fucking look. Ruka being extremely horny for him? Well, yeah, he's extremely horny for Chizuru. His fighting and suppressing, I think he was supposed to write suppressing those desires instead of accepting them as part of the entire package of his romantic love for her. Well, he realized that these are also things Chizuru wants from him. Maybe that's kind of what the arc is about. Like in seeing Ruka desiring these things, he can address the fact that he also desires these things and wants them from Chizuru, and that it's okay to feel this way, right? I think maybe that's kind of what the arc is building to with Ruka. Ruka choosing to stop will reflect back at Kazuya that maybe him feeling this way isn't bad, but also reflect back at him how he himself constantly chooses to stop with Chizuru. That would be quite interesting, right? A flip of the picture, but now it's on Ruka, and it makes Kazuya reflect back, because Ruka is literally acting like him, if you will. Right? Ruka is also suppressing this thing, just like he is suppressing this thing. So what if Chizuru is feeling this way too? Kazuya being confused about Mami, similar to Chizuru. Kazuya seeing Ruka be horny, similar to Chizuru. Right? Even if I'm wrong and Sumi Mini aren't part of the mess, Mami and Ruka are clearly reflecting his vivid dream about Chizuru kicking the door down and mounting him. He needs this for emotional clarity and physical intimacy. His need for emotional clarity and physical intimacy. And that's the thing he refuses to address in himself. That's the thing he doesn't want to face in himself, right? I don't know. It feels like all the chickens are coming home to roost. He might not survive until July 11th. After Mommy's bombshell last week, we've now got Ruka getting back into the mix. In the lead up to July 11th, Reiji has really got Kazuya running the gauntlet. For all Kazuya has been fixated on his ways to improve himself before the next date, he hasn't yet stumbled upon a breakup with Ruka for real this time, and hopefully by the time Ruka comes over, he realizes he needs to do that. That's not going to happen. Just telling you, it's not happening. If you really think it's just going to end like that, you're wrong. You're wrong. Onward to some more narrowly scooped thoughts. Kazuya is knocked entirely off balance by Mommy's question, and pretty understandably so. It's a wild question to have your ex spring on you out of nowhere, but can't deny that it's a bit frustrating to see him unable to just put his foot down immediately. I get it's frustrating, that's completely in his character. I literally saw this when we were reading the chapter. Immediately my first thought is like, oh yeah, that's totally him. Yep. That just makes some sense. I remember, like I told you guys, I couldn't find an answer to last week's chapter because the obvious answer is no. The obvious answer is no. But I knew Kazuya wouldn't say it. Why? Because Kazuya doesn't want to fucking draw the line. I literally knew he wouldn't do it. That's why it felt like no wasn't right. Because I knew Kazuya wouldn't draw the fucking line. Right? 7-Eleven just realized that. Why, Reiji? Why? Well, 7-Eleven is a convenience store. So, is this about convenience? I don't know. Sumi using another rental birthday date for confessing, or at least attempting to confess to Kazuya just to get off her chest, would be an interesting twist. We'll see. We'll see. But Sumi hasn't spoken to Kazuya since the birthday, which would have been about a month from now. So she ran into Kazuya a month ago. She hadn't talked to him at all, and now it's nearing summer. So there you go. It's let's see. Yep. I suspect on some level there's a cultural linguistic wrinkle that isn't translating very clearly. I don't speak Japanese myself, but the impression I've gotten secondhand is that the language treats love and hate in a bit of a dualistic way, where not feeling one carries an implication of affirmatively feeling the other. Yes and no. Yes and no. Because you're right to some degree, like when you deny one, you make the other true, but that's actually more so about Kazuya himself and Kazuya creating this duality. Just because you don't love someone, it doesn't mean you hate them. And it's more so about Kazuya himself looking at this like Mommy hates him, right? It's more about Kazuya than it is actually that. Like, he's like, what if she thinks that? He doesn't say that that's what I would be saying. Right? It's more so specifically about what Kazuya thinks. It's not that the implication is not completely there, right? But no, it's literally more about Kazuya himself. I think you're literally digging a little too deep into this. Over the years, I've been countless snippets of dialogue where someone asks do you like X? And the respondent immediately launches into a hedge like, well, if I hadn't chosen whether I like it or hate it, well, this is to say, I think this is probably what Kazuya is getting at when he thinks like, if I say no, it'll sound like I hate her, even though it feels like a tenuous leap of logic to my Anglophone ear. You're not, no. It is a leap in logic. It is a leap in logic because it's literally what Kazuya is thinking. It totally is a leap in logic. You're not wrong. No, it is. It is. It's literally in Kazuya's head. This is Kazuya looking at the worst case scenario. No, you're correct. As for Ruka, she's angling to visit Kazuya at his new apartment, and the reason is clear. She's trying to bone down. This is obviously not the first time Ruka has been interested in sex. I'm sure we'll remember the turtle curry incident, but her mood and behavior this week suggests a level of seriousness that wasn't present before in her desire, which is not to say she was disinterested before, but when I think Ruka is on the turtle curry night, she seemed primarily interested in sex as a means to an end. It was a way she could show her dedication to the guy she was crushing on, or a tool to assert victory over Chizuru. Chizuru. No, sorry to keep saying no. No, it was actually about herself. Look back to the scene very specifically. What does Ruka say to him? Ruka comes up behind him. What is she doing? All of hers right there. Kazuya, you should stop thinking with your dick. Do you remember what I said at the hotel? I know full well that saying something like that won't make me any more attractive to you. You starting to see what this is actually about? I'm not mature and cool like Chizuru. I don't have the sex appeal either. I bet you that you feel like a babysitter when you're with me, Kazuya. I know that I'm being selfish and pushy, and I know I'm being a pain in the ass to you. But I was so happy I couldn't control myself. I couldn't care if I seemed weird. I don't care if it was embarrassing. Just being like this makes me so happy I could cry. What if we flash back to specifically this dialogue? It's about making a choice. It's about making a choice and doing something even if it might be wrong. Because at least it's your fucking choice. At least you actually did something, right? What this is actually about is Ruka trying to show herself that what she feels is real. It's Ruka trying to value herself. That's what this is actually about. It's not about getting victory over Chizuru or any of that stuff. It's literally just Ruka trying to value herself. She's trying to value her feelings, and she thinks she can value her feelings by being valued. She thinks she can value her feelings if Kazuya likes her. She's trying to validate her emotions, but she's doing it the wrong way because she thinks she's not attractive, right? Kazuya's like, no, you are attractive. Don't you know how smoking hot you are? Just being like this is the closest thing to... The translations are not great. So when a girl as pretty as you told me you're in love with me, honestly, I was so happy I almost jumped. So for just tonight, would you please keep your distance? I really don't want to do something inappropriate. Right, so steps away. Literally, it's the same thing. It's the whole idea is that Ruka thought she wasn't pretty, she wasn't good enough, she wasn't attractive, and that made her night. Just hearing that made her night. That's all she needed, right? But it's not about what you think it is, right? It's just about Ruka just being like a little kid who doesn't think she has value. And Kazuya told her, no, you're great already. You're not bad, right? A reversal of this would be quite fitting. Of Kazuya thinking he's not good enough, and maybe Ruka telling him he's good enough or something. I don't know. That would be quite interesting as a reversal of that, especially if Ruka starts valuing him when he's not really valuing himself, right? We'll see. We'll see. You know. This week, though, Ruka simply wants to have sex as an end to herself, and as an end in of itself, and this strategic conversation and secondary. Why this is salient in my view is that it suggests Ruka probably has greater emotional investment in the outcome of her plans this time. She's not just using every tool in the toolbox to try to win the girlfriend race, she's going to be approaching the events from a more honest and vulnerable position, and it's likely going to be cut deeper than before if Kazuya continues to brush her off, and he almost certainly will. What's going to happen when Ruka comes over on the 3rd then? Well, one of the things that first jumped out to me is that the chapter title places us in the girlfriend in the school bag arc, but in the specific role of the school bag is not yet clear. Seeing as we seem to be on the course for a Ruka-centered arc, I imagine we're going to see her discovering the driving school bag at Kazuya's apartment, thus in turn speaks to the fact that Ruka has not kept in the loop about developments in Kazuya's life. She almost certainly doesn't know he's enrolled in the school, and his mental image of Kazuya's face suggests that she doesn't even know about his new haircut. Even if nothing Chizuru-related happens, when Ruka comes over, she's going to be confronted with the fact that Kazuya is changing pretty rapidly away from what she's familiar with, and that could be an additional stressor to their dynamic. On top of that, shit could really hit the fan if she sees Kazuya's to-do list, especially the bit about asking Chizuru out on another date. However, the specific ultimate playout, I think odds are good that Ruka visits is going to be messy and not the way she is hoping it will be. Ooh, they caught some good stuff. I actually missed some of this stuff. So the driving school, her mental image of Kazuya being different, those two things are important. But Kazuya being careless about his to-do list? I didn't think of that. That didn't even cross my mind. That's a good catch. That didn't even fucking cross my mind. That's a good catch. I didn't even think of that. That's a good one. Right? Kazuya not being aware of his to-do list? Bro. Right? And I bet Ruka will want to like kind of explore the apartment. I can only imagine Reiji got hungry for a Slurpee that day. I don't think they have those in Japan, but all right. Kazuya, okay, I think Mommy just wants to confirm where she is with him and then immediately wants to actually explain herself. It'll be interesting how Kazuya is going to react. Kazuya didn't give an answer and Mommy didn't explain herself. Yeah, I mean, I pretty much saw this coming. Neither were in that position, you know. Neither of the characters were at that position, you know. Kazuya naturally freaks out about Mommy's question. He didn't expect this at all. He pretty quickly comes to the conclusion that Mommy must be talking about romantic love. She asked if he still liked her. He doesn't know what to answer. He thinks that she's attractive, but love still. He said he didn't like her. She might think he hated her. He doesn't want to be on her bad side any more than he already might be. He could have just said that. He could have just said that. He could have just said that. Right? Kazuya could have just said that. Be like, I don't love you, but I don't hate you. Let's see. He thinks of Chizuru. Mommy grits her teeth and tells him to forget about the question. She then compliments his new hair before she leaves. Kazuya took her up on the offer to not answer the question, but he is now still confused why she asked. Mommy joins Umi and Chizuru in the club of mysterious beautiful people. Kazuya considers a few different options. She might have been teasing him, but she seemed pretty serious. It also didn't seem like she couldn't stand him since she took a picture of his schedule. He might see her a lot more in the future. He didn't know if this was going to be a good thing or not. It is certainly distracting him already. He forces himself to focus. I think there's some irony there. Kazuya being distracted by Mommy is so ironic that he can't focus because what's Chizuru going through right now? Chizuru is super distracted by Kazuya and can't focus. He's literally getting to experience what Chizuru is going through the hard way. He's literally getting to experience what Chizuru is going through the fucking hard way. In his own actions. By just being himself, he's learning what Chizuru is going through and what he's putting her through. Right? Meanwhile, we see Mommy thinking she said something weird again. It is the same word Chizuru used when she said that something was wrong with her in chapter 398. She didn't plan to get involved with Kazuya. She didn't plan to ask that question. She probably realized that she didn't actually know what to do either. With either answer Kazuya could have given her. If he said yes, she still wouldn't be in a position to just be with him due to her family circumstances. But if he said no, it wouldn't have confirmed that there isn't any hope for her anymore. She wasn't actually ready to deal with either response, so she ran away again. Just like Kazuya, she doesn't want to deal with her problems, but still, she asked him even though she wasn't ready. She didn't think about it. Yeah, but I do think she still gave him the inclination that she's interested. She's trying to show him she's interested. That's to me fits more, but she's still also confused. Kazuya, it's more so Mommy's emotions controlling her. I think that's more fitting. Mommy's emotions are like controlling her actions. Kazuya is trying to learn to read signs, road signs. He's confused about no parking and no vehicle. They look similar. The thoughts of Mommy keeping him distracted. He can't stop thinking about it. The more he thinks about it, the more it looks to him she might actually be interested in him. He forcefully rejects that thought. He needs to think about how to confess to Chizuru. He needs to be able to say what love is. Kazuya is avoiding the problem. He can see the signs that Mommy might be interested in him, but he doesn't actually allow himself to think about that possibility. Instead of thinking about what he would answer Mommy if it turned out she was actually interested, he tells himself that won't happen, and instead, what does Kazuya focus on? How he's going to answer and confess to Chizuru, instead of how he's going to answer Mommy when she asks him. It isn't a problem he actually has to deal with, until it becomes a problem in the future, that is. This means that he won't be prepared to deal with a confession from Mommy if that should happen. Even though he could have prepared for it, he is puffing over the problem until he absolutely has to deal with it. Here, you can even say that he might have had an opportunity to prevent Mommy from ever becoming a real problem if he had been clear with her. And he chose the hard way, right? You gotta learn the hard way, buddy. Time to learn the hard way. I don't have very high hopes that he will tell Mommy that he isn't interested in her romantically before it becomes absolutely undeniable that he needs to. And then he might struggle to find the words to reject her because he refused to ever think about this. Chizuru made the mistake with Umi before. Unfortunately, Kazuya can't learn from her mistakes because Chizuru never actually told him about Umi. Ruka calls. Kazuya has been putting off dealing with her as well. He knows he needs to, eventually, but he doesn't actually work on a plan to break up with her somehow. Instead, he is playing along with her, hoping that some sort of solution will magically appear. Ruka wants to well, Kazuya isn't even thinking about it. No. Kazuya isn't even thinking about it. He's just waiting for July 11th because he thinks that will magically solve all the problems. That's kind of where you're wrong. Kazuya doesn't even think about it. He's literally just tossing it from his mind. He's not even thinking about the issue. He's not even putting it off. He's just outright ignoring it. He's literally forgetting about Ruka. He's choosing to. It's easier. He just wants to keep it quiet, not seeing all the signs that are right fucking there, just like with Mommy. Ruka wants to talk about tomorrow. She wants to celebrate his birthday. Kazuya is used to going out with her to keep her happy by now. But Ruka asked to spend that day at his place tomorrow. Kazuya notices that this is unusual, but he still agrees. It would seem unnatural if he didn't allow her to visit him. He must not make Ruka suspicious. He has to keep his guard up, the teaser, until July 11th. This should have raised an alarm. His girlfriend wants to celebrate his birthday alone with him at his place. What does he think she's planning to make this special? He really can't read signs at all, can he? He talks about being on guard, but he doesn't actually prepare for what's going to come. He's not ready to deal with the problem. He's neglecting it far too long. And you literally physically see this through his posture. Look at Kazuya's posture. He leans back. He's relaxed. He's chill. There's no fucking guard here. There's no guard here. He's chill, relaxed. He doesn't fucking care. Like, he's like, oh, I'm going to be on guard. And he's not actually trying to do anything. He doesn't look like he's preparing for anything. All right. When we see Ruka at home, she's thinking about the accident she had with Kazuya in chapter 348. It turns her on. She mimics the feeling of Kazuya's head between her thighs using a pillow. You can see her looking up some explicit content, but that's way too embarrassing and probably too stimulating for her. She goes on touching herself, thinking that she would really like to try sex. She didn't touch her. She just put her legs between her thighs to simulate the feeling of the sandwich that she felt. That's all. She's not actually touching herself. I don't know why everyone seems to fucking think that. It's not what's happening. She's not outright just beating the meat, dude. The teaser for next time is, where am I supposed to look? The place to look refers to averting your eyes. Kazuya used this exact same phrase in chapter 279, but he didn't know where to look when Chizuru was sitting to recliner chair in chapter. Oh yeah, okay. I was thinking that he'll refer to. I was thinking this will refer to Ruka. She's going to visit Kazuya's place next chapter. I assume that she's going to go all out trying to seduce him. I doubt that Kazuya will draw a clear line with Ruka next chapter. In fact, I'm going to make a pessimistic prediction. There hopes that Kazuya will prove me wrong. I predict that Kazuya won't draw a line with Ruka at all. He will feel uncomfortable this whole time, but he won't find a believable reason why they shouldn't take their relationship to the next level. He can't tell Ruka the truth, or he would risk that she might jeopardize his relationship with Chizuru. He also doesn't want to hurt her. On the other side of the equation will be the fact that he's getting intimate with Ruka would be cheating on Chizuru, so he doesn't want to do that. But didn't Chizuru say that he shouldn't be cheating? Oh, no. He's not going to do that. If he didn't have feelings, he doesn't love Ruka, so by Chizuru's definition, having sex with Ruka to protect their secret would be justifiable, right? So maybe he should just get this over with so that Ruka would be satisfied with not causing problems further. No. I don't agree with this. I do not agree with this for many, many reasons. Like, Kazuya would already hate the thought of Chizuru doing this with someone else, so him doing that to her would be terrible. Not to mention, Chizuru outright says this to him. Like, Chizuru says, I would not want that to happen. You know, if I liked someone, I would not want that to happen. Thank you very much. Like, literally, she says this. She's just confused, right? This is dealing with that element of cheating. You're not wrong. But I don't think Kazuya would do that. I don't think so, but I'll pull it up just in case. I wouldn't like the person I love to kiss someone else, but what if it's two actors who play a couple? The kissing scene wouldn't count as cheating, would it? Okay, but yeah, again, it doesn't count as cheating. But what does Kazuya imagine? That would be a living hell, right? But if the person you love if you love the person you do it with even a little bit, that's when I consider it cheating. Okay, that doesn't, right? So like, I'm pretty sure Kazuya won't do it, you know, but maybe the temptation will come close. I think what's gonna happen is it's gonna get close, right? And then he'll stop. And the reason I think it'll actually get close this time is because Kazuya has been essentially suppressing so much of his inner desires that it's kind of starting to overwhelm him. And it's getting a little out of hand. So I think that's why I think it's going to matter. But yeah, we'll see. I predict that it'll be Ruka that stops, not Kazuya. Ruka can see that Kazuya isn't actually comfortable with the idea of getting intimate with her. And while she's actually wants to try it, she's also a little scared herself. She doesn't want to force Kazuya anymore. She doesn't need to compete with Chizuru. If he isn't ready, she shouldn't push. This should be something that they both want. It would show that Ruka has actually matured, not only physically. It would also show that her feelings have gone past the infatuation phase. She genuinely loves Kazuya, and she's actually paying attention to him now and not only to herself. This would give Kazuya an out of the situation without actually resolving any of the issues. So it is perfect fit for the story. Okay, now prove me wrong, Kazuya. He's not going to. I don't think Kazuya will do it, but I don't think Kazuya will actually, like, be good about this either. Kazuya used this exact same word in chapter 279 when he didn't know where to look when Chizuru was sitting in the recliner chair. Interesting. I used the K-manga translations. Where am I supposed to look? The official volume translations, where is it safe for me to look? And the fan translations, where do I look? Road closed, no parking. Huh. Those are the two signs Kazuya refers to. Road closed, no parking. I found them here. Huh. I guess they do look similar, but there's a clear distinction. One is blue. At this point, Kazuya definitely needs to draw a line. You should think that he wants to first time, blah, 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 blah. I really enjoyed your analysis. Same here. So both Chizuru said he's guilty about Ruka and keep it on the down low, and Kazuya said the above. So why do you think Kazuya feels this way? Other than feeling hurt, what can Ruka really do at this point? Why are both Chizuru and Kazuya pushing the Ruka situation off, do you think? Other than saving her for some future dramatic confrontation, of course. Well, okay, for Chizuru, the reason Chizuru is pushing this off is because she wants to be able to give Ruka a clear answer. But that's the thing that I love about the Ruka situation, is that it's a situation where what's happening is that they think they need to give her some sort of answer to justify their relationship with each other, when they do not. They don't. They don't need to give Ruka some sort of answer to justify their relationship, just as you don't need to explain your relationship to anybody, right? You don't need to explain your relationship to fucking anybody. That's why Chizuru's pushing it off, and Kazuya is delaying it because he literally fucking told you. Kazuya has been avoiding this issue the whole time. So no, it's not like that, you know? It's not quite the same as that. I just don't. Damn it, I'm losing track of my thoughts now. Oh well. But yeah, no. That's why Kazuya is putting it off, right? As for Chizuru, she feels like she needs to give Ruka an answer when she doesn't. Chizuru doesn't really have to explain herself. If she feels love for Kazuya, that's good enough, right? But Chizuru feels the need to explain herself because she needs to justify her relationship. When in reality, no, you don't fucking have to justify it to fucking anybody. Everybody else can fuck off. It's your relationship. It's not their relationship. Their input doesn't matter, right? Ruka's input doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you brought her into this. Her input doesn't matter. I get you feel the need to owe her. I get it. But the truth is, it doesn't matter, right? Like, if you care for Ruka, you'll explain, right? If you care for Ruka and you want her to be happy, or you feel like you owe her something, sure. But that has nothing to do with your relationship. That's just for you. That has nothing to do with Ruka. Or sorry, Ruka has nothing to do with the relationship. That's what I think Reiji's building to. That realization that, like, yeah, tell them how you feel. But you don't need to, like, outright, you don't need to let them define the relationship, you know? Maybe because Ruka will blab about choosing a girlfriend job or something. No, that's no longer a thing. Nagomi rented her. What's there to blab about? Maybe that could put her acting career in jeopardy. No. Ruka wouldn't do that. That's not Ruka. Ruka would not do that. So that doesn't matter. Or maybe she'll yell at Kazuya for his girlfriend that he's a cheater. Well, no, because he doesn't know. She doesn't know about the Chizuru thing. She has no clue about it, and there's no way she would find out unless Kazuya told her, or she looked somehow. But even then, like, the only reason Kazuya is doing this is just because he doesn't want to cause trouble for Chizuru. But eventually, that became an excuse. That's the problem. Eventually, that became an excuse to justify what he's doing. Right? And that's the problem, is like Kazuya is low-key justifying what he's doing with Ruka, where he's not setting boundaries, and she's kissing him, and she's being like all over him. And that's the excuse. And that's why, like, I can see why Varicus is trying to go with that, but I just think it's too far. Like, I think that's a line Kazuya isn't willing to cross. I genuinely think that's not a line Kazuya is willing to cross. I just think they're going to get close by accident, and then Ruka's the one who's going to stop, right? Because she sees Kazuya isn't happy with this. And then Kazuya will have, like, a moment of realization, maybe. I think that's going to be the important part. There's going to be a lot to this. Right? It's going to be important. But Ruka's going to be the one who stops. That's what I think, at least. Oh, man, there's a whole lot here. Kazuya, indirectly, Chizuru has been teasing her for months. Well, no, it would hurt to know about the Chizuru thing, because she'll realize the reason Kazuya got out of his funk wasn't because of Ruka, wasn't because he moved on with Chizuru. It was actually because Chizuru came back into his life. And imagine that you thought you were making him happy this whole time, only to realize, oh, it wasn't me at all. That would hurt a lot. And it would be interesting if Ruka does actually find out about Chizuru. I think there's a real chance Ruka could find out about Chizuru. That could be big. Oh, it wasn't me? She, like, sees that and then she leaves. Right? Like, imagine that happening on the day Ruka's trying to give Kazuya a birthday gift. She realizes it wasn't her, and Kazuya's been thinking about Chizuru this whole time. That would be devastating. Dude, she came to this birthday ready to initiate something, like, really intimate with him, and that happens? Dude, brutal. Brutal. And then afterwards, Ruka doesn't even do anything. Oh, but that would be even more painful. That like rubs it in the wound, because Kazuya kept thinking she was like a ticking time bomb, and then she doesn't do anything. She just disappears. Right? She just doesn't talk to him for a bit. She's just kind of off in her own world. Oh, brutal. Right? And no breakup or anything happens. No breakup or anything happens. Ruka just disappears for a bit. Ugh. And then afterwards, she breaks up with him. Dude. Brutal. Like I think there's a real chance she could see the list. There's a very real chance she could see the list that he made, his to-do list, especially considering he talks about confessing to Chizuru in that list, and right as he looks at that part, Ruka calls. It's almost like that's gonna come back to bite him. Right? Look at the chapter. Right as Kazuya thinks about this, right? Let me load the page. Right as Kazuya thinks about how he's gonna confess to Chizuru, right? I still have to make sure I tell Mizuhara exactly how I feel. I need to find the right words for everything. Ruka calls. Right as he thinks that. With those specific words being highlighted, right? Ask Mizuhara out on another date. Think of a perfect confession. Dude. Oh, man. Right? And then Ruka maybe starts thinking he was planning to break up with her the whole time. Or has he been talking to Chizuru the whole time? Dude, you think this could be sex? It might end in a fight. You're worried about, like, sex, this might result in like a fight. Oh, that would be brutal. Like, you're all worried about sex and whatnot. This could result in a fight. And a fight he's avoided, right? And literally, it would be kind of Kazuya's fault too, right? Because last time, on Kazuya's birthday last time, she kissed him, and Kazuya blamed himself when it wasn't really totally his fault. This time, it would totally be his fucking fault. Because he ignored this. He let it fester, right? And then now he hurt Ruka. That would be brutal, right? That would be absolutely fucking brutal if this actually ends up as a fight, right? And then Kazuya sees how he hurt Ruka, and he feels really bad. But then on top of that, he's like, oh, I don't want Ruka to cause problems for Chizuru. And then he sees how he's becoming an ass, right? Like, he's like, don't cause trouble for Chizuru, don't cause trouble for Chizuru. And then he sees that like, when he's saying that, he's hurting her more, right? When he keeps saying, don't cause trouble for Chizuru, don't cause trouble for Chizuru, he's treating her like a problem. And dude, that would hurt so much more. That would be so fitting. He tried to break up with Ruka. It's her that won't accept it. Kazuya didn't draw boundaries. Kazuya did not draw boundaries. Okay? Yeah, he tried to break up with Ruka and she didn't accept it. He didn't draw boundaries. He never tried to address it again. Yes, we know she's fully into that. Stop excusing Kazuya. I'm not denying what Ruka did, but you're excusing Kazuya. You can't just say no and then that's it. Nothing else happens. You have to take charge of your answer. You have to actively take charge of your own choices. You can't just say, no, nothing else happens. That's not how people work. Not everybody works like this, especially she's a teenager like Ruka. You have to take charge of your choices, dude. You say no, stick to it. Show her you're serious. No, I'm sorry. No touching, no interacting, none of that stuff. Not okay. He lets her walk her home. She comes into his fucking house. She hangs out with him the whole fucking time. He never tells her, Ruka, please leave my house. This is not acceptable. I can't do this. He is an adult. Take charge of your fucking choices. There comes a limit. There has to be a limit. He was not doing any of this. That's unacceptable. No, you break up with someone, draw the fucking line, period. He does not do this. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's nowhere near that yet. The fact that you're saying it's on Ruka is bullshit. It is in part on Ruka. It is in part on Kazuya. He's not drawing lines with her. It doesn't matter if he's not there yet. That happened all the same. Okay, that's just a simple fact. That happened all the same. He did not draw a line with her. That needed to happen. Okay? The fact is, he did not draw a clear line with her. Even Mommy did this better. Even Mommy kind of did this better, because at least when she broke up with him, she fucking blocked him. She kind of made it clear, no, we're breaking up. She stopped talking to him. Occasionally, she would run into him, but she wouldn't try to completely lead him on. She kind of just fucked off right away. Like, even Mommy did a better job. Mommy, of all people. Until Chizuru got reintroduced into the picture, and then Mommy started becoming a fucking idiot. Right? But no, yes, Ruka did fuck up. In part, this is somewhat happening because of Ruka. In part, the situation exists as a byproduct of Ruka. Yes, do not get me wrong. That is totally true. This situation exists in part because of Ruka. Totally true. 100%. I'm not going to fucking deny that. Yeah, the reason any of this is happening is in part because of Ruka. She's the reason it's happened to this point. She's not the reason Kazuya has led it to this point, right? Kazuya is the one who took her with him to get a fucking credit card to go on his date with Chizuru. He did not need to drag Ruka into this. He did not have to do that. He could have tried to draw better boundaries. He could have done so much more. He chose not to. When he gave her the key, for example, he dropped the key by accident when he was on that date. He drops the key by accident. Okay, fine, whatever. He was being careless, whatever. When Ruka says, I want to get you a gift, and she complains, as Ruka usually does, this is where the problem arises. Chizuru gave Kazuya this gift. She told him to keep it around. What does Kazuya do? He claims he's protecting this gift and he cares about it. He then proceeds to hand it to Ruka and not consider the possibility Ruka might take that off. And then guess what happens? Ruka takes it off, because what has Ruka always done? She's tried to replace the thing with something she herself put. Always has done this from the beginning of the series. So Kazuya freaks out, wants it back. Ruka doesn't understand because he refuses to fucking explain. He eventually just gives it to him. She's like, okay, fine, here you go. And then he takes it. And then as a sort of karmic justice, because Kazuya wasn't valuing the keychain Chizuru gave him, that character from that one manga, I forgot the name of the manga, who always causes chaos, runs into Kazuya and he makes him drop it. And when Kazuya drops it, he chases after it because he doesn't value it. He's about to lose it. And just as he catches it, he falls between Ruka's legs. And what happens? He gets into Ruka's personal space as a byproduct of the fact that he didn't value this thing, which then now comes full circle to bite him in the ass. Right? Because Kazuya fell in between Ruka's franks, it became full circle and now is going to bite him in the fucking ass because he wasn't paying attention to her. Because he didn't value Chizuru, ironically enough. Right? Because he didn't value this thing Chizuru gave him enough, he ended up in this situation. And Reiji actively throws jabs at him in that chapter. Like my favorite jab, let me pull it up. My favorite jab. Right? Ruka helps Kazuya get the credit card. Again, this chapter is built around Kazuya getting this credit card to go on a date with Chizuru. And Ruka gets it for him. Kazuya says, I feel kind of guilty about having her help me get the card. Then he shakes his head. He's like, no, I was going to get this card regardless. It's not only for Mizuhara's fig. Favorite excuse. Right? He gets on the elevator. Ruka sees how happy he is and then kisses him on the cheek. It's so cute and adorable. She thinks she made him happy. She doesn't realize he did this. She didn't realize he fucking did this and he's going to betray her. Like, that's just cruel. Come on. That's just fucking cruel. And he knows it. Right? This is exactly why something needs to change. I have to end this trial girlfriend relationship as soon as possible. It's for Ruka-chan's sake too. Yeah, fucking do something then. Right? You realize this isn't working. Fucking do something then. Talk to Chizuru. Take some sort of action. Do anything. Be actually serious about this. I have to make sure that my date with Mizuhara goes well. Boom, there's the problem. It's about, right? The date with Chizuru has to go well for me to justify breaking up with Ruka. I can't do it beforehand. I can't take charge of this situation in any way, shape, or form. So as a karmic justice, he drops his keychain. Oh, this entire chapter is literally Reiji throwing jabs at Kazuya because he keeps saying this thing, and literally Reiji's like, okay, I'm writing this story. Fuck you in particular. Yeah, Kazuya, fuck you in particular. I'm the one writing this story. Yeah, and he even knows that. Someone said, sounds like he's keeping her as a fallback just in case. It looks like that, doesn't it? It looks like that, doesn't it? And Kazuya even addresses this, right? Where does Kazuya say this? Stupid. Why am I thinking about this right now? Where is it? But now that she's not worried about Mizuhara, she seems more mature and straightforward. At some point, Kazuya says it. I don't remember. Kazuya literally says it. It's like, it's not like I'm doing that, right? But aren't you technically? Aren't you pretty much technically doing that? You're not doing it intentionally, right? He's not doing it intentionally, but he's doing it, right? Before he wasn't. Let's get that out of the way. Before, when he was dating Ruka, he wasn't. I do have to clear that up. Right? Kazuya before was actually quite clear with Ruka. He wasn't really doing this. Right? He was always kind of clear with Ruka. He always liked Chizuru. He always kept telling Ruka he was clear. Right? But now he totally is doing this. Whether it's intentional or not, he is doing this. He is keeping her as a backup. Whether he realizes he is doing this or not, he is. And that's the problem. It doesn't matter if your intention was not to do that, you were doing that. Right? Maybe that wasn't your intention. You were doing that. And the thing is, you gotta bite the bullet, and you get, like, literally, and this is one of the cases where Kazuya should have just ripped the Band-Aid. Dude, he should have just broken up with her. And instead, this got so much worse. Instead, this got significantly worse. And now it's gonna hurt more. This is gonna hurt a lot more now. And I think Reiji's building up to that, right? When you get to the point of almost being to the point of, like, sexual intimacy, like, that's just a breaking point, right? That's just a breaking point. Like, what if Ruka's the one who stops for him? Ruka's the one who stops for him. And right as she stops, she sees the thing. Brutal. She stopped for him. She did it for him only to realize he wasn't doing any of this for her. Oh man. That would hurt. She did all of this for him. And he wasn't doing any of this for her. Yikes. Fate, call the FBI for me and Kazuya. We gotta get next chapter, or when Ruka comes over. Like, I'm really best if I can't resist. I have no idea what you're talking about. There's no way to get out of this without hurting Ruka at all, because hesitance could only end very badly. Yeah, that's pretty much the issue. He hesitated for so long, it got to this point. There were other ways. Don't get me wrong. Kazuya could have kept dating Ruka, while at the same time slowly letting her off easy. Right? He didn't need to involve her in the credit card. He didn't need to do any of this stuff. If he had not done this stuff, it might have been a little easier. He could have eased her into it. But Kazuya didn't, because he doesn't want to take charge over this situation, and he justifies doing this. And this has to blow up in his fucking face. Right? It has to. And that's why I think, remember when we were reading the Reiji's notes from his Twitter space back when we first heard about the big change? Remember when we first read about that? Reiji literally said Kazuya was the one who was not ready to date Chizuru. Reiji said this in his notes when he was talking in his Twitter space. The only reason I'm sharing this is because I read it for you guys already. You can go back to an earlier stream and read what I said. He literally said Kazuya was the one who wasn't ready to date Chizuru. Not the other way around. It wasn't the other way around. Kazuya was the one who was not ready to date her. And he very specifically says that. And he literally asks, saying, I don't know why you guys couldn't see it. He literally says this. He's like, I don't know why you guys couldn't see it. It's pretty plain to me. Like, I'm surprised other people couldn't see it. Like, he straight up says this. He's like, I'm surprised other people couldn't see that Kazuya was not ready to date Chizuru. Because he fucking wasn't. And the more you read the arc, the more you're like, yeah, I kind of see it. Like, he wasn't being open with her. He wasn't talking to her. He wasn't sharing his feelings. He wasn't sharing connections with her. He was only half there. Kazuya was like there 25% of the date. For most of the date, he's off somewhere else. Yeah, he claims he is. He says he's serious. He says he's doing this. Is he? I don't see it. Right? I don't see it. I don't see him doing it. That's pretty much it. Ironically, at this point, Kazuya kind of became all talk. That's kind of the irony. Kazuya kind of became all talk. Before, Kazuya wasn't all talk. He actually backed it the fuck up. Now, Kazuya is a lot all talk, you know? Okay, I think that's it. We don't need to read any of the other stuff. I'm going to read what I wrote really quick. Talk is cheap. What's the line from Ryu? Talk is cheap. Let's do it. The fist talking thing. I got to pull it up now. Now I got to pull it up. Fuck you. It's like Heart of the Battle or something. Ryu, talk is cheap. I just want to hear this, okay? SF4. Oh, there it is. Evil Ryu. Oh, no, not Evil Ryu. SF4 Ryu intro.
The answer lies in the heart of battle.
Okay, never mind. I guess it was just talk is cheap. Oh, well. Oh, well. I guess it was just talk is cheap. It is always quite easy for the author to see that, to be fair. I agree with him. Even before the day, I told people that Kazuya was doing this all wrong. Yep. Seems no more serious about Chizuru than the other girl right now from the outside. Actually, Fate, why are you exposing me? You're making me be your... Yeah, you're right. I'm confused. Oh, you're making me say I'm right? Talk is cheap. Give me your word. You can't keep the line from the song that Kazuya is actively doing. I don't know. Talk is cheap. Ammunition is expensive. Talk is cheap. Ammunition's expensive. Okay. So, let's start with this. Mami and Ruka are reversed parallels, seeking the same goals. I'm using a lot of fancy words today. Unsatisfied with their current paradigms, they reach for something tangible, unable to grasp it. I specifically use this dialogue because of how Ruka's hands are blurry, right? A fitting contrast to Kazuya and Chizuru, who desire to touch the other but feel they cannot hold them. Mami cannot grasp her actions and her words, unable to understand Kazuya and herself, a past reflection that moves nowhere. Ruka cannot physically grasp Kazuya despite desiring to. Reaching a point of curiosity and interest in intercourse, she is present yet motionless, not moving. This chapter dances around these parallels and how they reflect Kazuya and Chizuru themselves, both a byproduct of their actions and inactions. With Mami mirroring Chizuru's words, I've become strange, and Ruka mirroring Chizuru's actions, lying down thinking about Kazuya, right? The way Ruka lies down, a little similar to how Chizuru lies down, except Ruka is more physically vulnerable, whereas Chizuru puts on clothes. Right? Chizuru puts on these new clothes that she's wearing the whole time, whereas Ruka is more physically vulnerable. This in turn reflects back onto Kazuya. Kazuya not understanding Mami's signs as he studies driving signs, as well as wanting to keep his guard up around Ruka, yet keeping the door open, not realizing what she might desire, mirroring how he is with Chizuru, lost and guarded. This in some ways reminds me of the scouting, where Chizuru was gone for a while, yet those chapters have felt so much more tense than any of the chapters back then, most likely because we had security, safety, but we no longer have that. Every chapter apart now leaves us anxious. Interestingly, Mami, oh my god. Ruka's gonna be the one who slaps Kazuya. I thought it would be Chizuru, it's gonna be Ruka. Oh my god. This is why I think it's going to be Ruka. Oh my god, I can't believe it didn't fucking click for me. Oh. That's why. It's not going to be Chizuru, it's going to be Ruka. Holy shit. So this is from Steins Gate, and this is this character where the main character kept acting a certain way around her until eventually she saw past it and slapped him. Where she's like, stop pretending, stop acting. She couldn't stand it anymore. Oh my god, that's what's going to happen with Ruka. Ruka's going to be the one who slaps him. I had this epiphany right now. It just clicked to me. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Kazuya is going to get slapped by Ruka. Kazuya is going to keep pretending. He's going to keep acting normal. And he's going to keep trying to do this, and Ruka's going to slap the shit out of him. First the mini slap, next is the Ruka slap. Oh. Bro. Oh, fuck me. And that makes so much sense because this happens before. Does this happen before he fixes the timeline? I don't remember because oh my god, it just clicked. Oh my god. This character in the loop kept dying over and over and over and over and over. And he kept trying to save her and he couldn't. He created a time loop where this character kept dying over and over. He created a time loop where this character kept dying over and over. This character, the dude, he created a time loop where this girl kept dying over and over, and he kept trying to stop her from dying. And this mirrored how he kept acting in order to make sure she was okay. And initially, she kept going with the act. Until eventually they hit a breaking point and he got slapped. Oh, shit. I don't think it's next chapter. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's next chapter, but it's coming. And I think it's going to be more... I think it's going to be in this event. It might be in this event. Like, this event might be a few chapters long. And it might result in Kazuya getting slapped. Because what is Kazuya trying to do right now? He's trying to prevent Ruka from getting hurt. He's trying to end this in a way that doesn't hurt Ruka. Right? But he keeps prolonging the inevitable. He keeps avoiding the inevitable, which will hurt her more. Reiji's building... Ruka's gonna fucking slap him. Because Kazuya keeps doing this. God, he even looks like Akuba. Holy fuck, he even looks like him. He literally has his hair! No shot. Oh my god. Oh my god, he actually has his hair. I did not realize this. Kazuya has his hair. Oh my god, he has his hair. Or actually, no, Kazuya's hair is shorter, but he has these things. Kazuya's hair is shorter, but he has these things. He definitely looks like Akuba now. What the fuck? And instead of playing the role of the mad scientist, he is playing he's playing the role of the boyfriend. Yeah, he doesn't have his hair. It's not messy. Right? He doesn't have his hair. It's not as messy. Kazuya's hair is cleaner. Right? Kazuya's hair is cleaner. Right? Akuba's hair is more messy. But he does have these things, the streaks. I kind of want to check out Steins Gate. It's pretty good. Steins Gate is pretty good. I haven't seen it in a long time, mind you. It's been a long time since I saw Steins Gate. I do got to read the visual novel. I never read it. I do have to read the visual novel. I never read it. I do own it. I actually own the disc of the visual novel, but I never played it. And I don't want to play the PlayStation 5 version because that version sucks. It uses the anime stuff, which is weird. But yeah, oh my god. Oh wow. Reiji. My dude. It's based on a visual novel, yes. It is a visual novel. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh, we're building to Kazuya getting slapped, dude. Kazuya's hair is probably going to get messed up just before the Ruka slap. What if it's raining again? What if it's raining just like last time? So Chizuru is Kurisu? Yeah. No, Chizuru is totally Kurisu. Because, what happens after Steins Gate ends? After Steins Gate ends, Kurisu realizes her and Akuba don't have a proper foundation for their relationship. And then she goes out of her way to do her own version of time traveling so she can create a proper timeline for them to have a proper understanding of a relationship, and the story ends with them having the right foundation to start a relationship. Something Kazuya and Chizuru don't have. Literally, that's what he's setting up. Right? And by the end of it, maybe Kazuya might end up like saving Chizuru somehow, right? Well, only to realize like in his own way find his own sense of transformation, and then Chizuru afterwards will try to do her own version of time traveling, if you will, to save Kazuya. Or maybe it's happening right now. We don't know. Since Chizuru is the one who did July 11th, right? But yeah, no, there is very clear setup. It's like literally you can understand so much of what's going on if you watch Steins Gate. And I haven't watched it in a long time. I just remember this stuff. I just remember this time travel stuff because this stuff was so interesting. But holy shit. Yeah. Oh my god. It makes so much more sense. Wow. Kazuya is gonna get fucking slapped. Ayo, Kazuya is gonna get fucking slapped. Chizuru having her own version of the movie arc, pretty much. Figurative time travel, pretty much. Interestingly, Mami acted similar to Ruka. If anything, Ruka in her room feels more like Mami. I said this when we first started. As Mami usually is the one in her room thinking about stuff and holding her pillow. Difference is, Mami hugs her pillow to hide, Ruka puts her pillow between her legs and remembers that feeling of Kazuya being there. Right? Ruka is literally looking to the past when touching the pillow, if you will. Right? Someone commented here. You can't imagine how much anxiety Johannes time gave you. Helps you enjoy and anxiety get a bit clearer fear towards the future. Oh my god, relax, take it easy, take it easy. You don't gotta get so anxious, my dude. It's all right, my dude. Right? It's okay. There's no need to get anxious. Oh my god. Yeah, this will be fun to edit. I definitely gotta edit this after. So we hit 4 hours. I gotta go do some shopping. So I think I'll call it for today. If I have some more energy, I'll stream another time later. I'm sorry I gotta end the stream abruptly. I have to go out and do some shopping with my mom. We gotta go get some groceries and stuff, and I don't want to leave when she gets tired, you know? So yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope this was fun. Please subscribe, hit the like button, hit the bell icon. I'm gonna zoom into myself first. Please subscribe, hit the bell icon. Subscribe, hit the like button, hit the bell icon, keep up with the uploads. When you hit the like button, it supports me, and I appreciate it greatly. Thank you very much. Anywho, fuck, I can't speak. Why can't I speak? Brain, work, it's not that difficult of a concept. Support me on Patreon. Join the Discord. And follow me on Twitter. Yeah. Alrighty. I hope you guys enjoyed tuning in. I'm going to try to edit this down so we can make this into a video format for you guys. I didn't edit my reaction yesterday. I'll see if I can edit it today. I'll try to get some stuff done today, editing wise, to upload for the channel. Anyways, thank you guys for watching, and remember, let's mosey. I'll see you guys later. Have a good day. The end of the time. Chapter needs to end with the Ruka seeing that to-do list with flashbacks ever since he lied to start the next chapter slapping Kazuya. Ooh, yeah. Well, I think she'll walk out first. Kazuya will follow her. Kazuya will try to reason with her, and then he'll get slapped. That's how I envision it. She's not going to slap him right away. Kazuya's going to try to explain his way out of it when he can't. There's no explaining his way out of this, right? And if anything, it'll be about Kazuya seemingly cheating with Ruka. He was cheating on Ruka, get it? Because the whole conversation is that Chizuru is talking about cheating with Kazuya, and he doesn't realize he's technically cheating on Ruka. He was never serious about her, right? Right? It literally, he was never serious about Ruka. He was cheating on Ruka. He kept leading her on. That I think is what Reiji's building to. That's, I think, what Reiji's building to. Kazuya was leading Ruka on. He was cheating on Ruka. Rather than you think it's going to be Kazuya cheating on Chizuru, it's going to be the opposite. It's going to be Kazuya realizing he's been cheating on Ruka, and Ruka realizing he was never serious about her, which is a horrible thing to go through, right? You're really serious about this person. You're really trying to put in an effort, and they never gave a fuck. And it's like, you knew. A part of you knew. That's the worst part. A part of you knew. You knew. Right? Somewhere deep down, you knew. You knew you weren't the one. But God, does it fucking hurt when he does this to you. Right? And she'll think, I brought this on myself. Right? She'll probably think, yeah, I brought this on myself. I should have seen this coming. You know? But then Kazuya will be like, yeah, this is what I did to a person who had faith in me. Right? Ruka had faith in him. That's the issue. Ruka had faith in him. That's the problem. And then even though Ruka had faith in him, he did this to her. Right? When he said he would protect her, he's the one who ended up hurting her. Right? And then maybe Kazuya will finally start questioning, am I hurting Chizuru? What if I'm doing this to the other people that I love? Right? What if I'm doing this to all these other people that I love? I'm hurting them without when I claim to be protecting them, right? And that's why Ruka hurts, because Ruka trusted him, right? Yeah, maybe Ruka brought this on herself. Maybe Ruka was stupid, right? You could think of it like that, but at the same time, she trusted him. She had faith in him. Was it wrong of her to have faith in him and trust him? Right? This is where the issue arises, and this is where Kazuya is totally at fault. And this is why I will double down on this thought. It is Kazuya's fault. Because she trusted him and he chose to do this. And he ended up hurting her more. And it's going to come back to bite him in the ass. And I think that's what Reiji's building to. Kazuya is not going to get to have sex with Ruka. That's not fucking happening. You're going to get something really painful. It's going to hurt a lot. And I think that's what Reiji's building to. Mommy was a red herring to set up something way bigger, masterclass Reiji. Ruka will be deeply hurt. Kazuya will realize how foolish he was with Ruka. Ruka is gonna quit part-time job at the karaoke place and make this worse. Oof. Ruka quitting the karaoke job? Oh, dude. Oh man. And then Kazuya like impacting Ruka's grades because of the breakup. Oh, fuck. That's another thing. Kazuya was like worried about Ruka's grades and shit. And if Kazuya seeing he's impacting her grades because he did this, and then he considers, holy shit, if I did this to Ruka, what if I did this to Chizuru too? And he's like, oh my god, what if I'm impacting her acting and not being there and not talking to her? Oh, dude, Ruka and Chizuru are like paralleling and Kazuya doesn't fucking realize it. Oh, holy shit. There is so much cooking going on right now. Oh my god, the flames of disaster. Yo, the flames of disaster. Ruka ignoring Kazuya is going to be painful to watch. Oh man. Oof. Okay, we're ending it right here. This is a great spot to stop. I'll see you all later. Take care. Have a wonderful day.